it's 6 a.m.
I'm recording right now. I usually don't record right away, but I'm really happy. 6 a.m. in New Zealand. It is January 21st, 9 a.m. in Reno, Nevada. And so it's 6 a.m., but on the 22nd, right?
Yeah, Friday, 22nd.
You're a day ahead of me. It's cool. Hey, I just invited a bunch of people. I really, really wish I could have got Jonathan Denwood on this episode from WP Tonic. You know, that's number 2 in WordPress, that show.
Oh,
It's been
okay.
at 4 right now, but it bounces back and forth. I engineer that show. I co-host it. But I really listen in to the amazing WordPress people because I go to – have you ever been to a WordCamp?
I never have.
Are you stuck on the island?
Yeah, I'm a little isolated down here.
It's amazing. In New Zealand, I served in Afghanistan. My first tour of civil military operations, and my UN connection out in the boonies was a New Zealander. He was an Air Force equivalent to lieutenant colonel, same as me. He was a little older, but I really got to learn a lot about the Kiwis in New Zealand, and they were embedded with all the UN folks in the boonies.
Oh, yeah, they're good people. They get around.
Yeah, it's a good bunch. And, you know, it's amazing. And the officers I met from the Kiwis, one had been a British officer who was an 06. This is an 05. I do O's because it's easier. Yeah, like you call them like wing commanders or I can't, group commanders or something, or group wing. I can't remember the names now. I was just trying to stay alive. They had a whole compound blew up too. Amazing. But this is really a bummer. I just put out an email real fast because I was hoping to get someone in the last 10 minutes. Maybe they'll come in, and we'll get someone to join us to the tech side. I just got up on your site. I'm pretty impressed looking at your tutorial.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
And what you're trying to do. Now, that hooks, before we start up, can you give me a quick tech background on how it works before we go into the show? And I'm going to also, on the show, it's going to be 3 parts for the iTunes. I'm going to go ahead and have you come in. We'll talk about your 3 success principles about you in the first 10 minutes. Then I want to go and talk about Zencastr, what it's doing, and how we can help. Because I'm impressed. You're trying to make better sound. You're trying to make better communications. I love what you're trying to do. And the other thing you don't know is I've written an ebook called Netcasting 101, but I'm changing it right now. And then I'm building a tutorial system. It's basically about easier ways to people to get up and podcast and get good sound. I'm trying to simplify that process. You know, there's a lot of steps in getting a podcast up.
Yeah, I've discovered that.
So I know you're, I'm really impressed. You came up on, and you're having that challenge right now of getting your stuff out there, right? Getting your product out.
Yeah, getting the product out and getting it ready to actually move out of beta has been a big process, but there's light at the end of the tunnel. So
I've been working with Jonathan Denwood for a long time, and he's got something called MailRite and Mail-Right, and it is a SaaS product. And I assume, would you classify yours as a SaaS, right?
Yeah,
software as a service,
yeah.
A SaaS product, and it's an amazing product. It's designed for real estate agents, and there's a lot to it. I won't go into it, but I've seen he's worked at developer teams. Now, have you done this without other developers, or is it all you?
Yeah, it's a one-man show right now.
That's a pretty amazing skill. We'll have to find out how you gained those skills to do that.
Sure.
I mean, I'm impressed. I like this. This is I love and you're stuck on that island out there, so far away. I'm surprised your culture isn't more. You're still hooked into the world, but New Zealand seems like it's so isolated sometimes.
Yeah, it's a Western culture, so it's not too big of a shock. But then at the same time, everything's got to get imported in. Everything's quite expensive. The housing market's really expensive, so it's kind of it's hard to live large here. But
one of my wife's top clients in real estate is from New Zealand. He's an investor.
I think when they calculate for income and kind of earning power, New Zealand has like one of the most expensive housing markets in the world.
He buys stuff. He's been buying stuff over here for 30 years and making money and getting his family set up. And he's done pretty well. And I think he's just a normal guy who wanted to invest, but he decided to invest over here, and the cash flow and all that. So,
well, we're actually on our way out. My wife's from New Zealand. That's why we're here. And we had a baby recently, and she wanted to come be with her family.
Where are you from?
I grew up in Texas,
Oh,
but
that's why you sound so normal.
yeah, I've lived in. I'm from the U.S. I've lived in Colorado and California and Utah and Texas.
Well,
and,
I'm recording this show right now for YouTube, but we're gonna put the we're gonna go ahead and make an iTunes, system. I was going through your tutorial on your course, and is there a way we could have used your system with this Blab today?
How do you mean? Do you want to like?
Before I was going through the tutorial. I really want to get further through it, and it said you still work with Skype and Google Plus, right?
Oh yeah. So what you could do is create a project.
I did,
and then invite me to it, and then we can just turn the VoIP off.
Well, if we get time at the end of the show, can we do that? How much time? Do you have an hour? How long do you have?
Yeah, as much, whatever you need.
I appreciate it very much. And so you head back to Texas. We're in Texas.
No, actually, we're going to Thailand.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, that's a good place to go for cost of living to keep your runway going.
Yeah, exactly. As I'm trying to transition away from working a normal job to living off of Zencastr, we're going to try and get to a place where we can keep our costs as low as possible.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do, again, the show, the iTunes, the thing for Apple, the iTunes. And after 10 minutes, if I see one of those key people I invited in, I'm going to let them come into the show because they're already vetted and trusted. Then after we finish the iTunes portion, we're going to open it up to questions. So for about half an hour on YouTube. So I was late. I really need to get you on WP Tonic. I don't know when it's going to fit because next month the topic is graphics on WP-Tonic. Every month we go through something. This month was power users on WordPress. So next month we're going through graphics. We'll do a different theme each month, and then we have a round table. If I can get to Jonathan, I think you'd like that round table, especially in what you're doing as a developer.
Yeah, I'm happy to join in however I can.
It's a fun group, and it's really grown. We've had like every top person in the world on that show. Brian Clark. Brian Clark from Rainmaker, from Genesis, the Genesis investor, top Genesis, the guy who developed Genesis.
Yeah. I've heard.
Yeah. Well, I use Genesis, so, and I'm the business engineer, I'm the behind the scenes guy, sort of in that show. Anyway, let's go ahead and start the show. I'm really looking forward to it. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put your intro in. So we're going to go right in, and the first 10 minutes, I'm going to do this a little different. We're going to talk just about your life principles and a little bit about you. And then we're going to go in after 10 minutes. We're going to take a break. And here's what I like. If you can figure out how to do this on a system, this is why I stopped writing my book about podcasting. I went to netcasting. And I started researching netcasting. Are you familiar with netcasting?
I mean, I assumed it's what you're calling this kind of thing with Blab. And
it's not just me. It's actually a term that was evolved in 2007 or earlier. And it was a study done in North Carolina, and they went back and took all the old technologies. And it's amazing how accurate the projections were on that study. And I'll send that study to you.
Yeah, sure.
But the netcasting, basically, they said netcasting is two broad areas. And I'm adding a little bit to it. And they talked about webcasting and podcasting. And then hooked into a blog, which is a web page, you create this net. And that's what they said, netcasting. And they said that's a technical term, netcasting. But you don't hear that used very much because 30 years ago, someone branded that. And I guess the brand has been taken away now. It was like Sony or somebody. But the word netcasting basically is what we're doing here. We're going video. We're going to be on a blog. It's going to be up on YouTube in 10 minutes. By the way, when you started this project, you probably didn't have this platform, this Blab platform.
I don't. Yeah, well, not that I know of. I wasn't aware of Blab until maybe just 5 or 6 months ago. So,
by the way, I think your name is getting a lot of people coming on the Zencastr name. It must be a great name for grabbing attention. We have 38 people pop in and out so far. None of the people I just invited have come up yet, but I know a couple will, I think. So anyway, Blab changed everything for me. I gave up the higher quality video that I was getting on Skype, but I gave it up because it was a simpler UI and we had this record button, this pause button.
No, I think Blab's awesome. I didn't really, I didn't try it till like a week or two ago.
I know. I
when
saw
I
you
was
come on.
Yeah, and so, but I was like, wow, this is really cool because you can just kind of have impromptu
You've
chats
been
with.
on 5 days in this account, maybe under
Yeah.
that. So you've been on 5 days. And see, I can just tag you. It says 5 underneath, and I can go to your Twitter account and all that sort of stuff, which I think.
Oh, okay.
The only thing I don't like, I wish when I open up your Twitter account, I wish you'd send it on to a different tab. The Twitter account looks decent, nice. Do you do your own artwork too?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know that. You're it's called boot. And how did you learn your just because I'm gonna make you by the way, I'm gonna make you a host.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. My wife has just sent me a text. I just emailed you. She's a real estate broker out there. I just sent you stuff. No, I can't do it for an hour. Sorry. And he said, okay, I'm in a show. Watch it. I'm in the middle of the show. Okay, I'm in a podcast for an hour.
Oh, by the way, so you've got the notes that I filled out in that form.
Yeah,
I can't quite.
Right here.
I don't have that anymore, so you might have to remind me of
that.
What I
got
said.
your I got your 3 success principles. It's respect people's time, which I definitely want to talk about right away. Empower and delight and start. I think in this business of programming and all this work that we do, is that respect that people don't realize how much skill is required to do what you do.
Yeah.
And we haven't started recording yet.
You're always learning more, but I think it's easy to. It's not as hard as people think it is to get into it, but there is a lot involved in like getting the full featured rounded product out. It's true.
And marketing. By the way, you are now the host. You're the host with me. You're co-host. You don't have to refresh it. You just are the host. You'll see it pop up.
All right.
Can you IO turn camera on and get in? Okay. The question, what I'm going to do is you can come on. Somebody wants to come up, but in 20 minutes, I'm going to let people in,
So can they see and hear us right now?
Yeah, they can hear and see us. I'm recording it too for YouTube.
All right.
I consider you a really unique recording for Timeline because I like what you do so much and what you're doing. I think you're the future of everything we do. Hey, let's go on to the show. I'm gonna cut and we're gonna start recording for iTunes and get through this iTunes. So I'm gonna make the iTunes about 21 to 23 minutes today. I'm gonna stop and put some breaks in. We'll put short commercials in. In my ebook, which I've written, I put this system that I'm using right now to actually input breaks and commercials. And I've got plenty of people who want to sponsor this show locally, and it's real interesting. And I got a pretty good following here in Nevada locally. And then we can see up above all the people watching in England, over in the world. Though I don't see New Zealand on that map. They left New Zealand off the map. See on the upper right-hand corner.
Oh yeah, that happens a lot. A lot of world maps just don't even have it on there.
Last thing. Do you remember that movie about the submarine where everyone dies from radiation? There's like one place they come up in New Zealand somewhere. They're still alive.
Yeah, it was like the Russians, and that was a. I forgot what the movie was. Old. I remember it was really horrible.
Black and white. So you're in a good place, I guess, for that. So let's get going. I think you're going to have a lot of people want to come on and ask questions. So let's get through this podcast. Okay, here we go. So Josh, coming from New Zealand, and you sound so American. I'm going to say something like that.
All right.
Ready to go? Here we go. You double click it, sees the record button on now. I don't know. Did I miss all of this? Mike,
I saw that earlier.
That is weird. I don't know what happened. So let's go back and restart the show real fast. Boom, boom.
Okay.
It'll be good so I apologize, but I want to make a really good iTunes snippet here. Plus everyone's getting us on, we're going to keep this raw on YouTube and on Blab. So I don't know. That happens. Folks, I need a big, if you're listening right now, I should put help in down there, Mike, for the Blab folks, because they'll come up and watch. I need a big, like, glowing, bouncing red dot. I need like green or something. I need something to make sure that we know we're recording.
I went through the same thing with Zencastr. I used to have a tiny little recording thing. Now I made mine. It's about 20 times bigger than that. It's big.
I just did that the other day. I need bigger. Hey, Blab, I need something bigger, and it's got a flash that I know I'm recording because it won't distract me too much. But
like a duration timer helps so you can see
I do this every day. Yeah, I do have down here. I do have a recorder that I keep the show going. So we're going to start again. So we got practice, and this is all on YouTube. And I got to send a blibbit. I'm going to send something to Blab right away, or maybe come up on Blab. Ask Blab to come up. If you go to Blab help, they will come up in the second 10 minutes, I'll ask them, we'll pause, and get some help from them. So here we go. A couple seconds of silence. Josh, welcome to Timelines. You're coming in from New Zealand. You're a Texas guy and you're in New Zealand, and like you went to school in Hawaii. What happened? Like, can't you just like focus?
No, I guess not. I don't know. I actually hate traveling. I hate flying. I don't like change and the transitions, but I also get sick of being in one place. And so I don't travel much, but I move around a lot. And so, yeah.
Well, Josh, we pre-recorded your work up here. So I'm really suggest right now, folks, if you want to catch this whole show, it's a wonderful show. Go into Timelines at timelinesofsuccess.com, or you can go to timelinesnetcast.com, and you go directly to this episode, which is 182 or 3. I get lost every day. You're 183, and yeah, it says 183. I should look up by the recording button. And we actually, I did not hit the record on the first part of the iTunes, so we're redoing the iTunes. So we hope Blab makes a little bit bigger button for Bill. I've done this a couple times now. I do this every day, this recording, and we're just talking about productivity and saving time and some of Josh's principles. But first of all, Josh is the developer and the founder of Zencastr. Zencastr is a new tool that records really well different things, and it's going to make podcasters' lives better. I think it's going to give us better sound. It may help me in some of the other things that I'm working in, which are in politics and communications and systems and processes, as well as real estate, some other places. So I met Josh on Saturday morning. He came up on askthepodcastcoach.com, where all the podcast techie guys go on Saturday morning with Dave Jackson. It's a wonderful place to learn. We met Josh. Josh has been up on Blab for about 5 days now. So I just like caught up on a lot of different things. Josh, just tell us a little bit about what you do and your tool, and we're going to go to your success principles. Then I'm going to open it up for people to come in and ask you questions.
Yeah, in a nutshell, Zencastr is building a software as a service platform for podcasters who want to record themselves and their remote guests in the highest quality. And essentially what it does, it makes it so you can just send a link to whoever you want to have on your show. They join the show and it will record them locally as well as you while you're talking, and then it will stream that audio up to your Dropbox account. And then when you're done, you've got all separate track for each person in your show recorded in Wave, and then you can choose to do an automatic post-production which mixes them together and runs compression and leveling and noise gating and a few other things on it for you. Just trying to make the process easy and simple.
Your UI is really impressive, and you're also, we're going to go in a little more detail. I like how you laid out your courses. Right now, I've been researching and doing a lot of work, and there's a lot more work on learning management systems, LMS, learning management platforms, and you basically had to make a learning management platform for your tutorial.
Yeah, I had to figure out, that was not something I was planning on doing, but people kept asking me to do videos for them and stuff. And so I had to kind of figure out how to do that.
We're going to talk about that later in the second episode. I want to go into details how you went through that process with your business. So I'm going to go into your success principles. We're going to actually then open it up to a few other folks to come in after the break. So your success principles are respect people's time. We're just talking about that and I wasn't recording. Oh my gosh. So what does that mean to you?
Yeah. So I guess I try to keep that as an underlying principle when I'm building something is, and I think that's a good path to success when you're creating an application or anything that people use, is if you're respecting people's time or amplifying their time, then it's going to be valuable to them. But if they get the feeling that you're wasting their time when they're using your application, that's no bueno, and you're probably going to get blasted on Twitter for that because that's happened to me.
Say that again. So it's developing that product. If you build a crappy product and people put time to learn it and it doesn't work for them, they're going to get mad, right? Yeah,
they're going to be mad and they're not going to keep it to themselves probably.
And on Twitter, right? And this is yeah. This world is changing though. These Twitter insiders, there's just more people are getting into this business. So Twitter is not quite It is, but it isn't. You know, I don't think it has that social impact, and plus it's so crowded right now that it might have had.
I love it. It may not be everything it's people want it to be, but it's been, probably my primary tool that I've used to market, get users, and communicate with users.
Hey, FYI, I know you've been on 5 days. I've asked Blab Help to come up. Maybe they'll come in the second part and talk to us a little bit about how you can interface more with Blab Help, because I'd love to have your system working with Blab to get those different nice, clean audios coming in, especially for the iTunes. And the iTunes, it's so important to have clean audio, and we always don't get that. Hey, let's go on. Number 2, empower and delight. That's unique. Empower and delight.
So that's a bit of a ripoff that I took from Milton Glaser, who is a, legendary graphic designer. He's the guy that came up with the I Heart New York shirt and that kind of stuff. And he said his definition for art was to inform and delight. And I don't know, that always stuck with me, and I thought it was really cool. And I kind of decided, as I was starting to build products or trying to build products and things for people, that I wanted to have some, kind of a mantra like that for my own. And I think with applications, it's a little bit different. I think they need to be delightful in order to kind of attract people and to keep them on it. But, if I think if someone can say that your application empowers them and delights them, I think you're on a good track, and you'll find success.
Nice. And then finally, start now.
Yeah. There's so much to learn, there's so much that you can't learn from reading a book and listening to stories. And there's I remember when I quit my first, I had a job at a startup company in LA, and I quit the job and I said, I'm going to go try and start doing some things on my own. And my boss told me, you're going to fall flat on your face. And I still to this day don't know if he was saying you're going to fall flat on your face and you shouldn't do it, or you're going to fall flat on your face and you should. But he was right, and I did. But that's what I needed to do to learn how to not do that again. And staying working at the company wasn't going to teach me those lessons. And so I think you just got to get started no matter what, it's so easy to get stuck thinking you need to read this new book, or you need to hit this different milestone in your career or whatever. Just get out there and start and figure it out.
Now, I know what you're doing. You've been working 15 years, you've been out of school, and you studied basically programming in college, right? You got into it and then you got out. I think we missed part of that discussion because I didn't record it earlier. But as you evolved and you went to LA, different jobs, you've gone back and forth between working for yourself.
Yeah. So I actually, dropped.
Yeah.
Sorry, go
ahead.
I dropped out of school. Actually, I still have a semester left.
Semester.
But I ended up getting a job at a startup company in LA. It was called Mahalo. They've kind of gone, I think it's kind of defunct now. But and interestingly enough, there was this kind of a sister company there at the time, which was the This Weekend network. And so I kind of got to see someone trying to start a webcasting network at the time, which I didn't think I was ever going to be a part of, but here I am.
So I think we have Blab
Jason
right now too. So we're going to be going to break in a second. So Blab, I think some of the Blab folks, I'm not positive, but I know Blab Help will come up, and we'll try to introduce you to them too. How's that?
Oh, cool.
So hey, real fast before we go to a break, we're going to go to break. This will be a crazy iTunes recording, but this is it's really a privilege, and we're going to come back. I'm going to try to get Jonathan on with us, and maybe Blab Help will come up too. How's that? So let's go to break. Okay, we're actually really recording. We're back from the break and we're recording. The recorder is on. It's a little tiny dot up here, but it's on and it's working. We're back with, we've got the Zencastr master on with Jonathan Denwood from WP Tonic. So I've got these two like techie guys. I hope I can keep my brain together. So, Jonathan, we got a question, and you're going to stay on with us for the rest of the show, right?
Well, for 10 minutes, Bill, yeah.
Okay, we'll do 10. Go on, hit it.
Hi there, Josh. As we were discussing, what led you to the idea of Zencastr? What problem did you see, and how did you come to the conclusion it was worth spending all that time and energy trying to build a SaaS product?
Yeah, that's a great question, because I tell everyone this. I'm a bit of an imposter in the podcasting space, and by that I mean I'm starting a podcast now, but I've never done it before. I recorded my first show a week ago. I had a previous company, or an attempt at a company, called soundkeep.com, and it was from a programmer might recognize it as a GitHub for music. Non-programmer, you could think of it as a way for electronic musicians to collaborate online and compose music together. It's a fun idea. It's not knowing what I know now, I realize that it's kind of one of those classic first time entrepreneur, not that great of an idea kind of things. But it's hard to monetize, and we basically did everything wrong. The whole thing kind of fell apart. And but as I was going around telling people about Soundkeep and trying to kind of push it and raise money and do this and that, someone said, I don't know about electronic musicians or what you're trying to do, but I do know that I know 15 podcasting networks that have problems moving their audio back and forth and collecting the files and getting it all together in the end. And I had no concept of what that really meant. I didn't even really pay much attention because I was too busy and too focused on what I was doing, but I kind of kept it in the back of my mind. And after everything kind of fell apart with, that previous company, and I was looking for something else to work on, that kind of came back to me, and I thought, maybe I'll just go talk to a couple of guys I know that do podcasting and see, if there's really a problem there, and if there's a way to fix it. And in between, right at that same time, the web audio API was coming out into the browsers, and WebRTC was becoming a possibility, which lets you access the microphone from the browser. And so all the kind of things kind of converged. As a lot of it was luck, as most people say. And then as I started building it, Serial came out while I was building this, and then that kind of blew up the space even more, which was kind of serendipitous. But yeah, that was the path of how someone who wasn't into podcasting stumbled into creating a SaaS product for podcasters.
So did you do a minimum viable product? That's a kind of catchphrase now, isn't it? A minimum viable product. But I also think that's quite difficult because you got to build something that, especially a new product, you got to build something that actually capture people's interest. So if you just do a minimum viable product, that normally doesn't get people that excited. What have you learned from that? Did you try and do that, or did you just go in, you knew more about the industry and you knew what feature set you needed to really have to develop?
I think, again, I got lucky. Fortunately, the problem that people are facing with the audio and their appetite for a solution is quite strong in this case. And so even though at the very beginning it was quite buggy, it didn't do very much, it only, like, at the very beginning it didn't have its own VoIP. It just had you had to use it alongside Skype or Hangouts or something else. But it's hard to do a minimum viable product that's simple with something like this, with all of the, it's kind of a complex, just to get to where it will do something useful. It's already kind of complex. It took me about 9 months to get my first users using it from when I started coding.
And just to finish off, Josh, obviously the development side is stressful, financially, personally. I think most people have no idea the amount of hours that you've probably personally had to put into this. But then you got the more horrendous side afterwards, which is marketing and getting traction for your product. Have you got any insights or tips about marketing and what has worked for you and what hasn't?
I am not a great marketer. I can share with you what has worked for me, but I'd to say take that with a grain of salt because it's not my forte. What I did to get my first users, I knew a couple of people personally who I got to try it out, who were just friends and acquaintances, but that was really like 5 or 6 people, and I needed more than that. And so I got onto Twitter and I started searching like Skype recording podcast or Hangouts record podcast. And I started coming across all these instances where people were complaining about how bad the Skype quality was on their podcast recording. And so that was actually quite easy. I had really good luck popping in and saying, hey, don't let Skype mess with you like that. Come use Zencastr and it'll save your show. And I had a pretty high success rate of getting people to come in and sign up and try it out. Just doing that. And that got me maybe my first couple hundred users. Was kind of every day I'd get on, I'd do my searches, I'd follow the people, I'd reply to people. And then I also bought some ads on some subreddits that are dedicated to podcasting, and I also bought some Facebook ads, but the return was quite, I don't know. I stopped doing that. It didn't seem very effective. And when I say I bought ads, I spent like $30 on Reddit and $50 on Facebook. So maybe I didn't invest enough into it.
Well, it's a difficult one, isn't it? So really, to recap your initial, to get that first level of user base to a level where you can get some imperial data was utilizing Twitter, because why I'm using that term, Josh, imperial data, is that you do really need about 100 users to start then seeing patterns, because I found with my own product with a small test unit, they're very flaky, they're very, so you got to have a larger test group, really, haven't you?
Yeah, and especially with podcasting, because someone might only use your tool once a month and still be an active user. So yeah, but it didn't take too long before I got to a point where, and I'm still feeling that pain a little bit right now. I haven't started charging yet, but enough people are using it that I'm getting a steady stream of support requests, and I'm spending time that I probably should be building the payment process and on answering emails. So yeah. I almost thought about stopping registrations, but I think we'll make it.
Yeah. So what are you in the stage that this is taking up a lot of your time and basically just bleeding your savings and funding? So you're in that in between period where it's taking up a lot of your time and also costing you a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it probably costs me $500 a month right now to
that's not bad.
Keep everything going. So it's not, it's doable. And
it's more the time factor, isn't it?
Yeah, it takes a lot of time, but luckily I work, I have a job that lets me kind of have flexible hours. So I work about 20 hours a week for an e-commerce site in the US, and that kind of keeps my head above water. And then I can spend the rest of the time on Zencastr. And I got the job knowing, I told them this is what I'm doing, and so they're cool with it. And which not everybody can. I got lucky again. Not everybody can get themselves into a situation like that. If I hadn't been able to do that, I probably wouldn't have been able to last it out this long. So
So what is the roadmap? You seem to have got a decent user base now, and you got a viable product, you got people using it. So what are the plans for the next year?
I mean, the next immediate plan is to start charging. And then beyond that, I just kind of polish what I have, and then the master plan for the application is the idea of being able to hit record, hit post produce, hit publish. I want it to be that easy for people to use. And so,
hey, with that, we're going to go to a break. That's actually a good thought. Jonathan, stay on. Hey, so we're doing just a little recording just for YouTube, but Jonathan, tell us what you do so people can know, maybe they can help you out. I know, I believe in your SaaS product. I believe in the real estate side. I see you having some of the challenges of the marketing side. The marketing is tough. It's tough to get it out there, but you're going to break through with a runway. So tell folks what your project is in the next 2 minutes.
Well, I've got two sides. I mean, I've got WP Tonic, which is a maintenance, WordPress maintenance hosting company, and we do our hosting through DigitalOcean, and we just provide the support. And then I've got my SaaS, which is MailRite, which is a marketing in a box solution to get more quality leads and value out of a real estate agent's database. That neglected beast, which should be fed and nurtured, but is neglected so much, Bill.
Yeah, and Jonathan, my wife has been in real estate 25 years, very successful out in California, and we started in Nevada here. And she is one of the persons, along with me, as one of the test cells with MailRite. So we're those dummies out there. So we can feel the pain back and forth. And I know what Jonathan has gone through. Also, don't forget wp-tonic.com, number 2 show, 2 to 4 on WordPress in the iTunes category of WordPress. So congratulations on that show. And we'll have to have you on. The Zencastr must come on WP Tonic. I think
we've got a great episode coming up at 5:45 Pacific Standard Time today, and we got Zach Gordon, who was the lead trainer, WordPress trainer at Treehouse, and Zach's going to be coming on and talking about WordPress and JavaScript and how WordPress is going to change this year into a more JavaScript focused platform. And also I'm going to be asking him about how people who are trying to learn to program always go into the dip. How do they deal when learning something new becomes really difficult, and how they push themselves out of the dip and start accelerating their learning process. And I thought Zach would be the best person to ask those questions because he's trained thousands of people in PHP, JavaScript, and WordPress.
Yep, very good. And Josh, just a side note, WP-Tonic has done real well as a podcast. And we find as Jonathan really is the main host, I'm the co-host, but I also do the engineering behind the scenes. He does all the blogging and the posting in his website. And that's actually a good combination to have success with a podcast. We're finding is having actually 3 people or 2 people plus bringing in people to interview, and then sometimes having it internal. So that's not a bad combination for podcasts as you evolve. Hey, we're going to take a pause, Jonathan. Mike Fitzpatrick, by the way, was up. I was hoping he might come on later on. I don't know where he is. There's a lot of folks up. But Mike was up for a good part of the show, and he's a big time, runs a firm about 7 or 8 people out of Reno, has the #1 plugin for automobile dealerships, and has done really, really well.
I would, Bill. I wouldn't say. I think where he. It's not a big business, Bill, but where
successful.
He's successful, but where you must identify, he was really on the cutting edge of utilizing WordPress as a SaaS platform.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Oh, and Mike's up.
Him and his team they started actually, Josh, around 2007, 2008. And they built the whole of their business on WordPress as a kind of SaaS platform, and that's very early, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's Josh, I guess Josh, yeah. Hey, one thing you didn't ask, and we're going to go back and finish up the show. If you want to stay on, we're only going to be on about 7 more minutes, John, for the iTunes.
I've got to go, Bill, but I'll be listening. See you later, John.
Now, I understand. Is
Nice to meet you.
Jim, are you the one who is promoting, helping Josh out? I forgot which one.
Yes.
Okay. Let me check your sound. I'll let you hold a second on sound. Go ahead.
Okay.
So we're going to take a pause. I'm going to, if you hold on, Jim. So what do you do, Jim? And I'm going to take a pause. I want to just finish up the iTunes portion of the show, and we'll come up for about half an hour if you don't mind, Josh, and we'll just talk about Blab. We'll do Blab and YouTube. Jim, so you're helping him. Do you guys know each other then?
No, I don't believe we've met.
Oh, we'll have to meet. So hold on. We're going to finish up the show, Jim. Just hang on, okay? I'm going to cut off the sound. Also, one of the things I like before we go back into the podcast show is one thing I do like is I like the ability and forth to turn it on and off. I like the ability to be able to pause. But the one thing I'm missing is a way to tag it or put notes so I can tag it on the MP3 or the MP4, whatever that might be. I'd love to tag it so I can edit it. If you could do that, this would be an amazing, amazing platform. If it hooked in with great sound like Zencastr, and right now we're 480p. By the way, Josh, I like to be able to do the net casting. I like the video. I like the audio. I like the 4 streams. If I want to build a high-end product, I want to be able to do that. So if we can tie these together, it's great. Hey, we're going to pause. We're going to finish up this show, the iTunes portion. We're going to stay on for YouTube and recording and questions and open up to everybody. Okay, Josh, as we come back from a commercial, I want to thank Jonathan and the others for coming up. I appreciate it very much. Really have a lot of respect for programmers and what they do and what they have to go through. I'm more the business side and the marketing. We really need to get a marketeer in here and figure out this marketing part of the business. I think that you can have a great product and not have marketing and not succeed. You can have a mediocre product and great marketing and you'll do well. And I'll tell you, some podcasters will put out junk who've done really well on their sites and their training. And I can tell you podcasters who are very sharp and very capable, go Saturday morning to Dave Jackson, who haven't made the huge dollars, but yet have the technical skill and background. So it's so important, all 3 of those elements. So in finishing, we always like to ask you a couple closing questions here. First of all, how can the listener get a hold of you? Josh.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were going the other way. Yeah, my, at Zencastr on Twitter. My personal handle is at Josh on the web. You can always email me at josh@zencastr.com.
Okay, I'm going to pause a second. So Josh, as we head into this last little portion here, I want to thank, first of all, Jonathan for coming on and getting those TechCast questions from WP-Tonic. Really appreciate that, going through things. We know the 3 elements. You've got a great product. You're really doing some neat stuff. It's going to help podcasters. And we want to go on and do even better. But we know all the different elements, the challenges, the marketing, things of that nature. We always ask whoever comes on, we get a couple things. First of all, we're going to ask, how can the listener get a hold of you? And we're going to give you a commercial and one last question. So how does the listener, go ahead.
You at Zencastr on Twitter, or my personal handle is at Josh on the web, or you can email me at josh@zencastr.com.
Very good. Very good. And anytime, right? And you'll get back with them, right?
Yeah. I'll try to be as fast as possible.
And Zencastr.com, I suggest everyone go over there and sign up as soon as they can, because it's going to eventually go to a pay product, right?
Yep. And if you sign up before the switch, it'll be later in about a month.
I just closed the cameras on.
You'll get a beta discount.
Very good. Very good. So some of the things that I want to see in it, I want to see it interface more with, as we go into blab casting or net casting, I want to see it more interface where I have really great media, video eventually. I want amazing sound so I can create the podcast. And I want to be able to tag it. The only way I can tag right now using Blab is to pause it, put a quiet space in, and then find it when I bring it up in Adobe Audition.
Yeah, you should be able to use it alongside Blab. I've never tried it personally, but there shouldn't be a reason why it wouldn't work.
That would be great. The sound, I assume the sound would be pretty amazing. You break it up into tracks.
Yeah.
That's what we want. That's what we need. That sounds great. That'll fit into my Netcasting 101 that I'm rewriting for the 3rd time because the technology is changing so fast.
It is.
So,
yeah, we're moving to Thailand to try and keep our costs
Okay, Zach, you get 2 last questions because you couldn't come up with a question. So you get 2. So I'm going to ask you, what's up for the next 6 months, and how do you keep that runway out in front of you? Because you'll make it. You know, the key is the runway. You'll figure it out when you get a long enough runway.
Yeah, well, we're planning on moving to Thailand in April to kind of keep our costs low while we, the lower we can keep our costs, the lower that magic number is where I can stop working the day job and focus totally on Zencastr and, turn that into kind of a financial, security for us. And then, but yeah, that's kind of one of the big things that happening, moving into the paid plans. And then I'm going to have to finish reading all those marketing books. I actually think I saw one of the guys that I bought, his Marketing for Developers by Justin Jackson. I think he popped into the show for a minute, but I've got that one. I'm about halfway through. I got to finish it and move into, as Jim mentioned, I got to move into marketing phase, which is a totally different. I'm gonna be a fish out of water, but it'll be fun.
Yeah. Well, we've got next coming up in the YouTube portion after we finish up this iTunes recording. So everyone stay on. We're going to have Jim Bannon on, who's a marketer who wants to talk to you about that marketing concept. So we'll bring him on and we'll talk. So stay on, everybody. Stay on in a blab so you can continue on. I'm going to ask one last question. Being all over the world like you are, what is your favorite food?
I really love Mexican food and I really love Thai food. So I'm happy to be going to Thailand because that's one of my passions in life. So,
okay, I lied. Where are you going in Thailand physically? And what did you have to do to get there?
We're going to a place called Koh Samui, which is an island of the kind of the southeast coast of the main continent.
We'll pick that. We'll pick up the rest of the show on YouTube. So stay on. We're going to finish up the podcast. Say goodbye to everybody in the podcast. By podcast, you got to talk because they can't see us on the podcast. They're listening on the smartphone.
Oh,
so you're new to podcasting, yeah. Anyway, let's stay on, folks. We're going to pause for a second. Okay, Jim, you're up and the open seat's up. We're going to go to a normal blab. We're recording on YouTube. Hey, thanks, Zach. Yeah, I've been podcasting for only a few years, but I do it a lot and I do a lot of shows and we've experimented a lot. So different systems work. This is the most fun I have is this show, but it's not the most productive show. It takes a lot of my time. Like I said, it takes 4 hours of my time to do the show. It takes me an hour and a half to edit. So, and the way I'm trying to monetize is we have a real estate company in California and Nevada. So we do get a little bit of work out of this show from the real estate, believe it or not, referrals. We got a national relocation company, commercials go in. So I do get some money through the real estate side. And then the next thing I'm trying to do is actually monetize through growing the podcast and developing. I'm trying to focus on training. I'm trying to create training platforms for people and myself to put out. The problem is that it's changing so fast. It's hard to keep up with the training. And so I'm going to go into more questions about both how you're marketing. We've got Jim on. And then how you're actually setting up your training, what tools you're using, and have you learned WordPress. So those are some of the general topics. Mike, anybody wants to come on, you're welcome to come up. Jim, go and introduce yourself. Oop. Yeah, I can hear you a second ago. Jim, you're up. You should be up. You're up earlier. We heard.
Okay. Is the audio on or off?
You're on. You're good.
Good, because I turned it off.
What kind of headset you got? You know, I always like to know what kind of tools.
Yeah, it's
not bad.
Gigaware.
Yeah. And Josh, what are you using for Mike?
I've got the Audio Technica AT2020.
2020, is that dynamic?
It's a condenser mic.
Condenser. It's pretty good. You're doing well not having background sound. You're doing well for condenser.
Yeah, it seems to work. I don't know that much about all the gear, but it looked cool and it seemed like it was a good, I don't know.
This is dynamic. This is what we always suggest. This is $50 mic with just USB for the best dollar per dollar value with a kickstand. If you want to stand $32 kickstand, and that's it. And that in your laptop, you're done. But condensing is nice if you have a quiet studio or like you have clothes in the back because it takes out the S's. So
I just sold my Blue Yeti when we moved from Illinois to here.
Right here, you actually sold this thing.
One.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, first of all, God bless Mike Sheehan. Nice to see your name again. And Josh, I knew of your company before I saw your face, so nice to hear you. What I'm going to do is pass along a couple things that hopefully will be helpful. First of all, the way they say it in the South, a lot of the Texas guys say, I don't have a dog in the hunt. So I want you to know that everything I'm going to say is altruistic. I don't make a penny off of it. So I'm not here trying to pitch anything, although it may come across that way.
Right.
The first thing is you talked about learning. I was the youngest guy in the history of a little company called General Electric, and I ran their mass merchandiser business. So I knew Sam Walton personally. I tell people, I put my arm around the richest man in the world, said, trust me, and the rest is history. So I had a very privileged life. And then I had some challenges, which I won't go into here. But the one thing that I'd like to come out of this and what really interested me about what you're doing, and I was led to your technology by a partner, a virtual partner out of Honduras, is that this is only the second blab I've been involved in, and I'm really impressed. But what you can do for me is I heard a speaker 15 years ago with a message that the world needs to hear. And I've bugged him for a long time, and now he's going to do it big time, and he needs podcasting help. So that's what I'm going to reach out to. If we build a relationship, I can turn him to you. All right. Now, let me tell you where I got started, and it was on this kind of a vehicle. I had never been on a Hangout, and I had a friend who's a professional blogger, and he invited me to his Startup Gap Hangout on the Air, along with some of the most recognized names in the country. And that's where I got my start. I was really, I'm not worthy, I'm not worthy, I'm not worthy. And in the audience at the end, just like me jumping in here, this lady jumped in and said, Jim, give me your information. And her name's Gail Gardner. And Gail runs a Skype invitation only blogger mastermind group that's got some of the top WordPress people in the world. I know Joshua Alexander personally, and so I got him on Skype. So if I need a question, bingo, hey Josh, deal with this. So I can get you invited in there based on your background. They'd love to have you. Same with you, Bill.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate that.
So if you can drop me an email. By the way, my Skype name is Jim Bannon, Bannon 306. All right.
So,
So I posted in the notes there the number one book that I've ever read in my life, and I've read a lot of marketing books, right? I would suggest reading all about emotion. There are a bunch of books there written by Hallmark and Emotion for Marketing and Emotion Branding, because, you got to touch their hearts before you can touch their mind, and they're real good resources. But the guy who did by far the best job I've ever seen is they're two PhD professors from Michigan that wrote this book, Made to Stick. And I was a video producer, so if you want to know how to lose a lot of money, I can teach you that. But after progressing, I got to the point where I would not deal with a client that didn't let me produce a video according to the principles in Made to Stick. It's that powerful. The number one most powerful communication tool. Now, a side comment, and when you get to know me, check out my links. I'm kind of all over the internet. I own two phrases. One is bringing the offline world to your online presence, which most people understand at 30,000 feet. Very few people understand where the rubber meets the road. And then the second follow-on comment is using call to action symbols as the entrance ramp to the information highway. Okay, so it's two-part. And I've got a number of videos and my PowerPoint presentation to the Google Development Group Chicago Android Meetup. I took the hour PowerPoint and put it into a 2-minute and 43-second video that you'll find some value in, I hope. But those are the kinds of things that I offer up, and you know what I want from it. And the gentleman's name, by the way, is Peter Willert. He wrote a book. It's called An Uncommon Way Forward. And he's jumping into podcasting big time. So if we can reach out to you later, I'd love to do that. And I'm done.
Hey,
Yeah,
Jim,
of course.
put an invitation to come up on a timeline. Just come. It's automated as much as possible. Just go up. You'll fill out a piece of paper like this. Step 1, and then step 2 is you'll go and just schedule. It's every day, 9:00 Pacific, 12:00 Eastern. We do this 6 days a week. We have a political show on Sunday nights, which they say politics is bad for business, but we had 2,700 downloads and 600 live on that show. So it seems like a pretty good show. And we've got somebody else. So come up anytime. You're welcome to come up on the show. I think we have an open tomorrow, Friday, but I'm not sure because we had a drop. But I think most of next week is filled up. So you're welcome to come up tomorrow. I could, if I opened up my calendar, I could tell if we're open tomorrow. But or if not, Mike Sheen and I are going to just get up and chit chat. But yeah, it's tomorrow's open, and then it's not open again until next 29th. It's filled.
Okay, so, Bill, I'm going to click off here. Josh, any questions on?
I'm gonna check out those books, and then I'll probably have a ton of questions for you.
I'm reachable. Skype is running all the time. And JD, I'm going to turn off. You're up. How are you?
Doing great.
Oh, nice.
So,
sound.
How's it going, guys?
Nice sound, JD. I like your sound.
Thank you. I got the high LPR 40.
Right here.
And
Same
the
thing.
Sony 7506, whatever. Yeah. So I know that
I need to upgrade. I'm getting outclassed here.
You're on Blab now, so how are you running your sound? Are you running it through a mixer?
I'm running it through a mixer, and I'm also running it through a MDX 4600. So so it's also being gated as well.
I have a DBX 286, and then I'm playing around with a Scarlett 2i2, but I think I'm going to go back to a good mixer. I really haven't found the mixer I really want. I've got a couple, and I actually sold one back. What kind of mixer are you using?
You know, I've got the Mackie, and it's a lot of mixer, but it's the Mackie 1402 VLZ3. I mean, it is a lot of mixer, a lot more than what I probably need. But in my contact with Ray Ortega, I've talked with him about some little issues I've had in the past, and because I don't understand these things completely. And he says, you know, hey, if it's doing what it's supposed to do, and it is, stick with it. So that's what I'm doing.
Are you using a mix minus?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
And no USB?
No USB. No.
Okay.
And so, by the way, I'm using two methods of recording when I do my podcast. And by the way, it's the Blue Streak Science Podcast. And I'm using two methods, and that is the mix minus on a local Roland R05 digital voice recorder right here.
Yeah, I've got one.
And in addition to that, I'm using Zencastr. And Zencastr is brilliant. I love it. And
Awesome.
and yeah, Josh, love your product, and we've been using it for several months now. And I remember early on that it was, you know, there were sometimes a few issues and everything, but we all know that it's beta. You know, we're going into this.
Thank you for hanging in there, because there were some rough patches for sure.
We're with you, and that's why I always do a backup. You know, and you know, when somebody puts out their product as beta, you got to understand they're working on it, and so anyway, it's improving. One of the things I noticed recently was the fact that you have VoIP now, the choice to do it. We haven't been doing that yet, because we're in our habit of using Skype and then using Zencastr. My question, one question I have is what's better? Do I go with the VoIP that's built in, or is Skype plus Zencastr fine?
Well, I think for most people, it's better to use the VoIP through Zencastr.
Okay.
Because it's less complicated. One of the reasons why I added VoIP was a lot of people were confused about, I muted myself on Skype, but it still recorded on Zencastr. And so you had two different, or people would end up in situations where they had one mic selected with the Skype preferences and another mic selected in Zencastr. And so you had two different microphones, you had two different mutes, so it was just confusing. So that was part of the reason why I moved to having the built-in VoIP. Also, one of the biggest problems with recording with Skype alongside was if somebody wasn't wearing headphones, there was just tons of feedback.
Right.
because I didn't have access to both of this audio streams at the same time. I couldn't do any echo cancellation. Now with the built-in VoIP in Zencastr, I still recommend you wear headphones because it's going to be better quality. But if you don't, it won't be the end of the world like it was before.
However, I do remember some crosstalk issues a little bit. I definitely made sure that my hosts all have, and we have hosts in Sydney, Australia, Cambridge, England, Atlanta, Georgia, and me in Santa Rosa, California. So we got the world covered. And so I make sure everybody's got their headphones on, and then also even their headphone volumes not too terribly loud, because I don't want that headphone leakage to come out to the microphone.
And that's that can still happen, easily with the Skype setup. But I think for a lot of people who want to do the backup recording and the mix minus, Skype kind of gives you an easy way to do that. Whereas I'm not exactly sure how you would do that well. I mean, I guess if you just piped your output audio into a recorder, you could kind of do the same kind of thing. But
I'm gonna. In fact, we plan on doing this. We're gonna do 2 new things in our next recording. We're gonna do the VoIP via Zencastr. But the other thing that we're gonna do leads me to my next question, and that is, if I wanted to do, instead of VoIP via Zencastr, can I communicate via Blab and have a Blab and then record Zencastr?
Yeah, that should work pretty much in the same way as you're doing it with Skype.
Okay, good. Because
running alongside,
there are definitely instances where we'll want to we'll want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, try it out, do a test, and try it. I haven't tried it personally, so I'm kind of new to Blab, but there's just no reason why it shouldn't work.
And now, as I understand, if I'm not mistaken, when I get my files that are, by the way, I love the fact that it goes right to my Dropbox. Man, that's just brilliant. And I also love the fact, this is really great, is that I don't have to wait a long time because it's doing it on the fly. It's like it's happening,
right.
It's like by the time we're done, it's almost finished.
Yeah, it usually only takes about 10 seconds or so to finish up after you hit stop. Of course, that's changed now a little bit with the WAV files. So I don't know if you've used it since I launched the WAV recording feature.
You have, by the way, I think you are clairvoyant, because that is my next question. No, I have not. And I was going to ask, because I when it comes to editing, the WAV file is the best way to go until, of course, you want to compress it.
Yeah, guys with a setup like yours usually want the WAV files.
Yeah. So you have that now.
Yeah, now what happens is it still streams the MP3 during the show, and then when you hit stop recording, it finishes up the MP3. Once that's up, then it starts doing an upload of the WAV. The upside is you get 16-bit, 44.1 kilohertz lossless WAV audio. The downside is it can take 15 or 20 minutes to upload that big of a file. So just make sure that you and your guests have time to hang out after the show and chat for a bit while it finishes up.
Absolutely. That is brilliant. Love it. And the other thing I was going to, and you discussed this, is monetizing. Your product, I think, is so good.
Wow.
That we are, me personally, I feel like it's worth, keeping you in business.
Well, I appreciate that.
And so, I hate to say, a lot of people will probably cringe when I say this, but I look forward to you guys monetizing, because I think that'll help you create a better product. It's already good. Looking forward to it being better in the future. So that's it.
I really appreciate you saying that. It's such a breath of fresh air, because I've built stuff before that nobody wants. And so it's great to
we want it. We want it. So anyway,
JD, stay on for a couple of seconds.
Sure.
What do you do? Are you trying to? What are you doing with your business? What is you monetizing it or what?
Well, you know,
into podcasts?
Blue Streak Science isn't a business; it's a passion.
Okay.
And so what it is a podcast that we talk about science. We talk about the latest science news. We've even introduced science games, like a game called What the Hell Was That, which is where I play a science sound. And basically it's usually a weird sound, and the natural reaction is, what the hell was that? And then people guess what it is. And then we also have some science news games, and we talk science. And my co-hosts are 3 terrific PhD candidates, one out of the University of Cambridge, Sophie McManus, one out of Emory University, that's Kelly Vinal, and one out of the Kirby Institute in Sydney, Australia, and that is Ivy Shee. And yeah, so it's just a passion for science. I do hope to monetize. No, I'm going to monetize this year, but in a very light way via
there's a lot of ways to monetize a show. I mean, there's 7 or 8 ways.
Yeah. So, so we're going to do it pretty lightly just to try to cover costs and that kind of thing.
Oh yeah. Just put an Amazon affiliate accounts up. You cover cost if you get an audience.
Exactly.
But your site's beautiful. It's well laid out. You put a lot of money, time, and effort into this, and it's by the book for podcasters.
We use the Appendipity theme, which is by Joey Kissimmee. The Appendipity themes are terrific. They're designed for podcasters,
right?
And
the player, I think the player is used one of the paid upgraded players from.
And that's one of Pat Flynn's.
Okay, it's Pat Flynn's. I thought that was Pat Flynn's or Simple Life Press, one of the two.
Yeah,
it's nice. What I do is I try to get folks into the basics, so they just get the for politicians. I help a lot of politicians try to get up in the communication systems, and we have a real estate company in 2 states, so we have a little bit. We actually make money from the real estate referrals and the relationships we build, especially in the relocation system. But I just put an invitation. You're invited on. We have you're from California, I see. We have Dr. Nicholas Hernandez from Chapman College, and he's working on STEM and STEAM. STEAM primarily. That's the A stands for the arts. I'm sure you know what STEM is.
Oh yeah, wow.
Down in Laguna, they're working a project. It might fit into what you're doing, so I have to introduce you guys.
Please, that'd be great.
So I do have an opening tomorrow, but not, and then one next week on timelines for an interview if you're open. 9 o'clock.
Oh, 9 o'clock tomorrow. 9 a.m.
Here's the
Eastern.
link. Here's the link. You just need to fill it out, part 1, and then part 2 as you schedule. If not, schedule some other time.
I will do that. I will do that. So,
any more questions? First of all, how would you use this? Both you want to stay on for a second. So how would you use this? How do I use this with Blab? How do I hook this up right now to use with Blab? What would I need to use? The other thing, first of all, before I say that too, is people start, and you get some great Jim Collison. You know Jim Collison?
No, I do not know.
Jim is a really good guy. He works for Gallup. And Gallup has had some amazing podcasts. We do a lot of work with Gallup Research. But Jim Collison has a show where he tries to teach the average guy tech. And he says, take the ATR 2100 and just on the little stand, hook it up on your laptop. And that's where you start on podcasting.
Yeah.
So keep the cost down, get into podcast. This is pretty darn good sound right here. I mean, you got
unbelievably good sound. I've got 2 of them in a drawer right next to me. And I have all of my hosts use the ATR 2100 because they're students and it's not as expensive as the Heil PR40. And that's plug and play. You're good to go. That's a terrific product.
That's a 95% solution. To get that last 5%, it costs a lot of time, effort, money. Plus, you can screw stuff up more.
Yeah, and what you guys said earlier was just start. Just get take the idea and do it, because there's an old saying. It says, "Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good." And you don't want to start off perfect because you can't. Nobody can. And so just get started and learn on the way. And it's going to be good. And then also it gives you time to change tack a little bit, because the Blue Streak Science podcast has changed its tack a little bit because of the nature of my co-hosts. I did not anticipate having 3 PhD students as co-hosts from around the world. So now I'm going in that direction, and I love it. But I never thought that was going to be the way it was going to go. So,
well, I'll look forward to having you on Timelines. We'll go into more detail, and you sound like you'd be, I mean, I'll have to listen to your show. It sounds very, very interesting.
Okay, very good. So it's 9 o'clock
your link
tomorrow.
Well, if you can make it, go on that link and sign up. It's 9 a.m. tomorrow Pacific, and drop in your links on the right-hand side here so we can keep record of them. That's what I like about this platform. I can drop in messages. I can go back. Mm-hmm. I have a test site called uBlabcast, and it automatically does it. I just can track everything there. uBlabcast.
So I see you've already put my link in there. So
all you need, and all you need to do is drop in and hit that link on there, and it'll pop up. I wish it would pop up in a separate window somehow. Yeah. So it doesn't cover you up when we're talking.
And that's uBlabcast, right?
No, uBlabcast is just a test site. That's just where everything automatic. I don't do anything to that site. It just drops there, but you can find me there. It's
Timeline of Success.
It's Timeline of Success. I've been a WordPresser for about 2 years, and I got a big story. I was a design build engineer, working on Exchange servers and engineering for a long time.
Excellent. Yeah.
But new to WordPress.
I'm going to go there right now, and well, I have to check my schedule, but I think it sounds good. So
that'd be great. And I'll see you tomorrow.
Excellent. All right. Hey, Josh, great work. I'm looking forward to better things from Zencastr.
Nice to meet you, JD.
Take care, guys.
So, Josh, if you could go before we leave, and I don't know how much time you have, but tell me, how do I use Zencastr with Blab? How could I use it together?
So, I mean, did you want to try it out now, or do you want me to explain?
I don't know. How would we try it out? Can we try it right now? I mean, I've got an account. It might be
So you could go into your account. You could create a project.
I'm on your account right now. It says I'll log in. Unfortunately, I don't have it in LastPass yet, so let me log in. Okay, I'll just talk while I'm logging in.
Yeah, so log in, and then it'll ask you it'll take you to the dashboard. It'll say you can click Create a Project button, and then that'll create a show with a link for us, and then send me the link.
Okay, I just logged in. I'm going to drop the link right here on the right side. So I'll call the project name Blab. Project name is Blab. So I just create a project. It's opening up your Zencastr right now. So where's the link?
Now, before you send the link out, make sure you turn the VoIP off. There's a button that says VoIP on and off.
I love your UI. Your interface is gorgeous.
Thanks.
Okay, I did that.
Okay, now shoot the link out. I'll jump in. That way we don't end up with
Now, here's the problem. I'm using a Scarlett 2i2, which I'll probably go back to Mixer. And if someone had this, they could just plug right in here, and I might change over to this and just put the headset in. So I might change to this mic and do USB. And so don't go away, because I might have to recycle here. So this might not work because I'm getting sound from a couple different directions. I'm listening to my sound here, but I'm actually getting feedback from my Mac here. But I can always change to this, and we'll also hear the sound that way. Okay. So anyway, I'm back on. So I've turned off the VoIP. Now, what's the next step?
Shoot the link over to me, and then
where's the link?
Oh, so there's an invite button.
Okay, invite. Okay, there's the link. Beautiful. Beautiful, says Blab. I'm going to drop it into the notes here. So if you double click that, or you can copy that, see that right there down the right side, there's a link. Okay. So how many people could come in on this thing?
Some people have shows with as many as 10 people in them. I've never tested it out beyond that. There's no.
So what do we do now? You got the link. Do you cut and paste it, or what are you doing with the link?
So I just jumped in.
Okay. So I see you. That's nice. Test user 22. Beautiful. So what do I do next?
Now you just hit record.
No, I should be capturing this on my. We'll have to do it later, but I use ScreenFlow. I don't know if you use ScreenFlow or not.
No, I haven't.
Well, I'm going to ask you about, before we finish up, I want to ask you about how you set up your training. So I'm going to hit record. Where is the record button? Since it's blue and green.
Yeah, right at the top left.
Top left, the circle?
Yep.
Okay, that's the record button. And it turns red. Nice. Okay. So we're recording right now.
Yep.
Wow. And now I'm looking at my signal. So I'm getting a little signal up here. How do I know I've got a good signal coming in? We've got 10 seconds going.
You'll be able to see your microphone monitor kind of at the top. One of the advantages to using the VoIP in Zencastr is I have a peak meter that I can then show at that point as well. But when the VoIP is off, you kind of have to rely on this
So
meter at the
what
top.
would happen if I used the VoIP? So where are we picking up our sound from?
So right now, the conversation is happening through Blab, but also Zencastr on both ends is listening to the microphones and recording the audio separately locally.
Okay, Kick User just tried to come in and it said he didn't have any sound. And he accidentally, I might have shut him off on accident. Sorry about that. There, he's back in. It was Spencer 48. So he bounced in and out. People are checking it right now and bouncing in and out. So anyway, right now I see my sound. I don't know if I see your sound or not. There's nothing coming in from your side.
No, you won't see my sound because my audio is just being recorded locally and then sent to your Dropbox account.
Okay.
If we were having the if Zencastr was hosting the VoIP, then you'd be able to see my levels on your end as well.
Wow, this is impressive. So we've got people coming in, which is neat. We've got Luke and public. Is this public? Yeah, it's public. It's public, folks. This is being recorded on YouTube. Here's my rules on my podcast. You've signed a disclosure on the bottom of this. So anyone who has ever signed a disclosure, I let them up on iTunes, but they have to sign that little disclosure at the bottom of that form. You should do that too when you're iTunes, when you bring people in. That's because you have monetization with iTunes. You have money. On YouTube, they don't require it. On YouTube, it's...
Well, just so you guys know, we won't be able to hear you when you're in the show because we're doing the call through Blab. This is just recording. Okay. We'll have some.
Let's say one of you guys who's testing it. Why don't you come up on Blab? It's an open seat, and we'll see what's going on. So one of the we had a couple other people here. Let's see. Your test. You're 22, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And we've had 4 or 5 people jump on and off. They haven't heard it. If someone would come up on Blab and then go and sign in over here. It'd be kind of cool to see how it looks. There you go. Ray. So what's your name over here on this side? So Ray, we're bringing you in. And are you one of the folks over here on the left side? We've got more people coming in. Maybe they're just recording it. So you should probably sign up a bunch more people today. Hey, Ray, welcome.
What's up, guys?
Are you over here on the left side?
Hey.
I'm not. I'm just in one of the seats here.
Go ahead and click that link on the right side. Let's bring you in on the Zencastr side.
Oh, I'm getting super feedback now.
I just cut him off. I shut him off. Well, if you have 2 windows open in Blab, I cut them down. You'll get that feedback.
Oh, maybe that's what it was.
Go recycle. Only bring up one browser and then try it again.
Yeah. So we're good here now, I think.
I'm
so what is it you wanted me to test?
You're back in now. So go try that link, the Zencastr Blab link. It's right first one down there. This is the one on there, right above your name on the bottom right side.
Zencastr Bill Conrad /Blab.
Yep. Let's see what happens.
Okay, so I clicked on that. It's opening up a new window here. Zencastr. It says, "What's my name?"
You might have something here, Zach. That's Josh. Excuse me, Josh. Josh.
So I just said okay. It's asking me to use my microphone.
This is great testing. This is like beta testing out the wazoo here.
So what is the?
So you're Ray Raymar?
Yep, I'm Raymar.
Yep. So
nice.
Yeah, we got a bunch of people in here now. It's going to be a little bit weird because everybody's going to be starting at a different point at the end of the.
Am I going to get all these tracks?
Yeah.
So tomorrow's I can do this on tomorrow's show. I can set this up ahead of time. We'll record it.
Yeah, you could.
Oh wow, this is give me better sound.
It works out best if you have everybody get in the show when you hit record. That way they'll all be synced up at the same time.
When I hit record over here, so I hit record here and here, but I want to pause this from time to time and put gaps in so I can mark it over here, right? So Ray just disappeared. It might be his bandwidth or something being used up or something. We're not sure. Wow, this is some powerful stuff. So how do we make money with this?
That's always the question, right?
You got affiliate links? You got to have affiliates.
Well, I mean, I'm with the Zencastr, I'm planning on just moving to a subscription plan for it.
So I'm working with politicians and politician staffs and some real estate folks. Those are my primary folks I work with in my own companies. I'm trying to make it really easy for people to do this kind of stuff, to do this kind of work. The problem is right now, it's really easy to make a Blab and make a YouTube. So it's a great place to start and also test. I used to tell people, test it on YouTube first before you go up on podcasting. So with this platform, the next step that's a challenge is going from here, editing the show and getting it up on iTunes.
Mhm.
I can show somebody how to do that in about an hour, get set up, hook up. I use Libsyn. Well, who are you using for a host?
How do you mean for
the big guys?
So, I mean, right now Zencastr just gives you the files and then you can host it with whoever you want.
Right.
Eventually I'll put in a way for you to kind of authenticate with your different, Libsyn or Podbean or whoever you use and kind of facilitate that process. And eventually I'll probably have Zencastr be a host as well.
Yeah.
So you can just easily have Zencastr kind of host your RSS feed and your files for you if you want.
Are you uploading your MP3 to like Amazon at some kind of cloud right now? What are you going to host?
Are you talking about for my show?
Yeah, for your show.
So I just recorded the first episode like last week, so I haven't even done that yet. What I'm hoping to do is, if I can get those parts of Zencastr cranking quickly enough, is I'll probably just use. I have servers I can just throw the audio up onto, but
sounds like you need netcasting101.com.
I do. I'm still learning a lot about the being a podcaster side.
Dave Jackson is really good. Dave understands the technical side really well, and all of he's an experimenter. He plays with stuff. He hasn't really broken through on that massive, making huge amounts of money training. Yet he's one of the old guys who's been training forever. He's very reasonable, very inexpensive, and very good at that point. But he's sort of a tinkerer. Then you've got John Lee Dumas's. You've heard of John Lee Dumas, right?
Yeah.
He's the master of marketing and making money with podcasts. That doesn't mean he's the most amazing podcaster. It just means that he's figured out the marketing arm of this and taking it on steroids.
Well, I think, that's something else I'm going to have to focus on with Zencastr as well, is how to help people make money with it. Because I think that's, maybe the biggest problem people have is trying to figure out how to do that part. And I think it's the hardest part. And because, well, from what I've seen, the people who are the most successful at it in a, except for the breakaways, are the people who have a product alongside their podcast and they're using the podcast as a cross promotion marketing channel and not as the product itself.
Yeah.
And it seems like you're going down that road as well.
I think we'll probably pick up an extra $50,000 this year from my podcast, but not from podcasting, but from just a real estate referral system that we have. We have a real estate referral. Yeah. And my wife, it's just small, but we used to have a fairly good sized company in California, and we've downsized. We've changed our lifestyle. We've got kids that are 13 and 15 and a half in gymnastics. So running the big businesses, my wife doesn't want to do anymore in real estate. She's getting smaller, but I think in weird ways, you can make more money being smarter and using technology. And so,
well, and if you've got an industry with big ticket items like real estate, then you don't have to have 50,000.
Okay. What I did there, just hold on. I just blocked your audio. I didn't block her audio.
Oh, I'm going to go and check her internet.
Sorry about that. I'm going to go and mark her though. So I'm just turning her off. Sometimes I just stop the. That's interesting. We're still getting hear that. We're still getting noise. Have you talked to Blab at all?
Me?
Yeah, you only been Blab 5 days. Have you the Blab people? It seems like you'd be a perfect mix with Blab doing something.
Well, I suspect that Blab, because they acquired a company that was quite similar to mine, and so my suspicion is that they're going to try and implement some of those features internally, but I don't know.
Yeah,
what their game plan is.
Hannah, Hannah from PodClear, of course. That's who I was talking about earlier. PodClear is Hannah. I can remember Hannah's name. I've got one of his products I'm testing at uBlabcast. This is one that he's got two plug uBlab BLAB cast.com. Yeah, Hannah. So I just think, man, if you could figure out a way to make it easier for people to get up into iTunes, it's not that hard, but there's a lot of little things you have to do. You got your feed, you got to get your feed in the right place. You got to get your artwork. I mean, it's not that hard. I did a test last week. A guy who had never been in a Blab did his first Blab. We did a Blab in 7 or 8 minutes. I brought everyone over from another Blab, And then I went afterward on Zoom. Use Zoom, zoom.us. You know Zoom, don't you?
I don't.
You don't know Zoom? Man, you've been hiding out there.
Am I an amateur? Am I showing my...
You've been hiding over in New Zealand there. You got to come back to Thailand at least to get some information. You got to look at Zoom, especially if you're going to do what you're doing, trying to help people build, make it easier to make money and to make podcasts. I mean, that's my mission, is make it easier to create that iTunes thing. So there's Zoom.us is a collaboration. It's like a way to meet online. Wow. It's free and it's easy. I've actually done podcasts on Zoom.
Zoom, huh? Video conferencing. Okay. Yeah, there's tons of these ones popping up now that you can get the camera and the microphone through the browser.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So on the technical side, what did you have to do to create what you created without giving away the secrets?
Well, what's funny is I jumped onto this probably a little bit too early because I spent all this time kind of building my own solution for recording the audio and uploading it in chunks and this and that. And then, as I'm finishing up and finally getting that working, then all these open source projects that have it ready made and built for anyone to use start popping up. And I probably would have taken me less time to do it if I would have just waited a little while. But yeah, on a technical level, without getting too crazy, what it does is it accesses your microphone. It gets a handle on that audio stream, and then it grabs chunks of that audio at a time. It encodes those chunks into an MP3, and then it about every 30 seconds or so, it uploads that chunk up to your Dropbox account, and it just does that throughout the show.
Man.
And then once the show's over, it uploads the final chunk, and then you've got them all on your Dropbox account, and then it starts a wave upload of doing the uncompressed audio.
Could you add video yourself down the road? I know the video cost is huge, but could you add video?
Zencastr actually has a video feature working in it right now, but I have it turned off. I want to make sure that everything else is working really rock solid and the performance is where I want it to be with the video. And so I'm going to wait. And I found that it's just not worth it to potentially compromise the audio right now, because a lot of people don't use video, don't care about video. And so I'm going to stick with the audio for now until I'm, get a little bit more confident that it's going to work well with the video. Because you run into issues. What if you have 10 people all trying to pump a video stream into your, so I'm not going to worry too much about that right now. And I'm going to focus on the audio.
Yeah. I understand where you're coming from. In fact, the most successful podcasters are making the big dollars, I think, are probably almost all just focusing on audio. Have you looked at the numbers on the podcasters to know how they're making money and how they make money, like with how you sell your marketing and advertising, the top two firms?
I haven't done enough a lot of research. I've just had a lot of kind of anecdotal experiences talking with people that are using Zencastr. But as far as all like the actual big statistics go, I need to up my game, I guess.
Any big names right now who are in the top 150 podcasts using your tool?
I don't know who's in the top 150.
The way you find out is you go on to iTunes, onto your app here. Let me pull this up here. You go onto this app right here, your little podcast app, and down here you just go on top of the charts. And this is the big money. If you're in the top 150, you should be able to make, I hate to say this number even, but some people are making $400,000 a month on the top 150. I think even the lower ones are making $50,000 a month for the most part. They may not, like NPR. Like Tim Ferriss is number 20. I think he's the top entrepreneur show right now, but he came from nowhere and he was terrible when he started on podcasting, but he's got enough money and time and people to figure it out. And then you got Mark Maron. You heard of Mark Maron, right?
Yeah, of course.
And then NPR, and it goes on and on. If you look at the top shows, you don't really get a radio show on until about 100. I've watched Joel Osteen climb, the Christian guy who's out there climbing slowly but surely.
One day I'll probably try and target those kinds of people, but while I'm still in beta and changing things a lot and potentially messing things up, I'm I'm happy to not have super high profile users.
You might want to contact Gimlet. Gimlet, they're pretty interesting. They're connected, really connected. No, Gimlet. Heard of Gimlet?
Oh yeah. I think their Here Startup podcast is inspired.
That's right. You were talking about, and that's one of the early podcasts you listened to, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's one of my favorites.
You seemed like you'd fit right into Gimlet. And then this is amazing. Number 69 is Mark Levin. He's a talk show host. They think that podcasting drove him up high on terrestrial radio because he brought in so many podcasts. He's got 400,000 downloads a month, Mark Levin, at least. And he's 69, so he's making a big chunk of change if he's just keeping the rights to this podcast right here. And it didn't used to be this way. I've been watching this for a few years. Then the Grammar Girl, love her. She's from Reno, Nevada. She's a professor over here at UNR. And she's been doing a simple podcast and stuck with it. And she's 72, so she's in great shape. So if you look at that, if you just go on your podcast app, down at the bottom and look at the top of the charts, that's where you'll see the very, very best of podcasting on that top 150. Then you've heard of Pat Flynn, right?
Yeah.
Pat's amazing. He's 90. He's 90. People just like him. With all his advertising at the end, doesn't come across as a salesman. He just works hard and has created a heck of a team. He's got that player too. Going down through it, you've got the Fat Man Burning. These are the people I've met and known. National broadcasters. Do you ever think about coming over to Las Vegas to go to the National Broadcaster Show?
It's I spent some money to go to the podcast movement. I bought a booth at Podcast Movement last year, and what I found was, I think it was definitely a valuable thing, but until I start making money from conferences are expensive. You gotta get people there. You gotta get banners. You gotta have swag. You gotta pay for your booth and all this. So until I start actually making revenue, I actually am doing a conference. I'm doing the Asia Pacific podcast conference this next month, but that's because it's local here.
I was a design build engineer contractor, and we ran the company until 9/11, until the war broke out. Then we were only 6 or 7 people. So when the war broke out, I guess that was truly the end of the design build construction, because I couldn't afford to hire me. I was gone, and my wife ran it for up to 2007. But we always did home and garden shows and bigger, conferences. And I always made more money after I got back from the connections and time, and I always got a contract out of one of my conferences, a big one. So, but anyway, if you just look at the 150, you'll see them there. And I understand go slow, but it seems like you could, if you had backers and some help financially, you could take your thing really fast. And that being there first is important.
Yeah. One of the things I learned, one of the things I've kind of learned about myself as I've been trying to start a business is that I don't know if I'm an empire builder. I get really frustrated trying to herd people. I don't know. I don't know if I'm the kind of person who would be well running a big company, but I really would like a lifestyle business. And so I've turned down some, I had nobody has offered me money, but I've turned down opportunities to kind of pursue that. Because I'd rather kind of go it on my own. Cause if I haven't taken any investment money, then all I need is 500 users that are paying.
Hey, Josh, hold that thought for a second. I'm going to put a time pause in here because I can't mark the darn thing. How can I mark it on your thing? How do I'll mark this over here?
There's a footnotes button.
Okay. I just hit the footnotes.
And then it'll let you type in a note.
Okay.
And it'll timestamp it for you.
Okay. I just did that. I'm going to pause over here. So Josh, let me start again. So Josh, are you a Wozniak looking for a jobs?
Maybe unwittingly. I'm not sure. Right now I'm a Wozniak looking to stay unknown. I don't know. My angle right now is to get a lifestyle business going. I want to get 500 paid users. That gives me enough money to quit my day job. And then I'd like to slowly kind of grow it from there. I went through, I I took a job working at a tech startup incubator. It was Techstars in Boulder, Colorado. And so I went through the process of watching all these companies get their MVPs out, raise money, pitch on demo day, raise more money. And from knowing some of these people personally and talking to them, there's a bit upside and a downside to kind of going that venture-backed hyper growth route, because you can end up having a successful company that's not successful. If you take money, you can have a company that's revenue positive, but if you've taken $5 million, you can't just have a company that makes 15 grand a month. You've got to have a company that's going to be able to have an exit and make 10, 20x of whatever was invested. And so I'm happy to not have a board and not have people, outside influences on how it goes. And I'm gonna kind of take it at my own speed, I guess.
And then another question to follow on. The book you put down on your sheet here is Steve Jobs by Walter Isaacson. I think that's how you say his name. Isaacson.
Oh yeah.
What do you like about that book?
Oh man, that book's great. I think because I'm not looking for Steve Jobs, I kind of need to be part Steve Jobs in a way, I guess. I thought it was amazing what have you read the book?
I have, and I've listened to it too, probably twice.
His perspective on the world was really eye-opening to me. But one of my favorite things that he would do, and talks about this in the book, is people would tell him it would take 6 months to get something done, and he'd say, "You have 1 week," and they would do it.
This business,
and I find myself all the time. One of the reasons why I've found, podcast movement, I do think it was valuable from a marketing perspective and learning about who our user is. But one of the most valuable things about it was that it gave me a hard deadline to get some stuff done. And I was working day and night to get the product ready for that. And those deadlines are, I think, absolutely essential if you're going to get anything done. And so you've got to find some way, because what it does is it makes you cut the right corners to get it out. Because you can take a project can take just as long as you have to make it in.
So who is your Steve Jobs now?
I've got some people that I rely on for advice and mentorship, but I'm kind of running solo for the most part, and for better or worse.
This is my experience. I ran design build construction. I went back in the military, as recalled, and I sort of had a break, but I came back into this new environment. This is a new world to me, this netcasting and this learning WordPress and going from PCs to Mac. It's a new world. But what I really find is it's hard to do it as a solopreneur. You need to put a team together. You need to contract out some stuff. Do you contract out some stuff right now, or what? Is it more than just you, or do you have a team?
No, it's just me. It is hard, but it's also hard to do it with people. One of the problems that I found in my last company was there's 3 of us, which was 3 co-founders, which I think is at least one too many. And the problem is, and we weren't perfectly aligned as far as vision. And so every single decision turned into a compromise, and we kind of compromised our way into nothing. And after I was done with that, I'm still, great friends with those guys still. It was nothing against them, and I was definitely part of that problem as well. But I just thought to myself, I need to be able to execute on my vision the way I want to do it, and not have to compromise with someone else on it. And, that might be, I'm sure there are going to be mistakes that I make because of that, but it's so much easier when it's just you and you can say, this is what I need to do. You can make all the decisions. Everything happens fast because you don't have to deliberate, and for better or worse, that's kind of what I'm doing right now.
You know, I'm a neophyte when it comes to CSS and HTML, JavaScript. I'm learning because I believe you need to know the basics, but I'm really impressed with what you've built and how much of there is, but maybe it'll just market itself. But it seems to me you could have someone coming in and helping you. I'm sure you will set up your.
I think I definitely will get some help. I definitely will get some marketing help at some point, but I think I'm going to hire that help, not bring that help in as a co-founder. And
the shopping cart, the getting it out, figuring out how to market it, push it out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the hardest part about not having anyone else to be accountable to is making sure you're getting things done. Now I've got users that are emailing me, and that kind of keeps me hustling on stuff. But before that, I think what worked really well for me was I use Trello, and I keep a running list of things that need to get done. And my goal is, because I'm still working a day job, and there's a lot of times
you're still working a day job.
Yeah, that gets tiring. But my goal is, at least every single day, I check off one thing from that list. I at least have to go in and make sure one thing gets done. And what I find is if I go in and do one, I get on a roll and I usually knock out a few. That's been my secret to kind of keeping things moving as a solo entrepreneur.
You know, because right now I know what Jonathan's gone through this last year with his SaaS product and his developers. He's got a developer team, and Mike is up there watching, and I've got the real estate thing. I can already see with your talent what could be done with your product, even, you know, white labeling it or joint venturing it with other areas, whether it's the automobile car dealerships. I mean, that's the next level. Mike hit a home run, got the plug-in, got ahead of everybody. He could take what you're doing and maybe take it to the nth degree in this auto dealership. And that's worldwide. And that's, you know, it's huge. I could take it in real estate. And if you could make it simple enough where we could get people using it as a tool on the backside, that's another place. Jonathan, with his SaaS product in real estate, some of the things that he's doing, packaging it together. But the marketing, you got the product, but then the marketing and the monetization, that's the tough part.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I've got a pretty solid path to getting a lifestyle business going out of it. As far as making something that really blows it out of the water, I don't know. There'll be, there's all kinds of things that people suggest. I want to make sure I stay focused on the task at hand, though, without getting too distracted by trying. Because if I tried to make a product that was great for people who wanted to record job interviews and great for people who, wanted to record their seminars and great for this, then it might not be so great for podcasting. And so I'm going to try and stay focused for now.
That's, but podcasting by far is the most complex, I would say. And I think you can already apply what you've already built to every one of those areas without right now. I mean, you got the product, you just need to isolate it and market it down. Now, I'm not a marketer. I'm a crappy marketer. Though I was pretty good at design, build, construction at trade shows. But my basics, what used to be designing, I used to be a good design builder. But that's really good. Hey, I really appreciate this interview. I hope you come up on Saturday mornings again with a Dave show. And there's some other shows like Jim Collison. I think you'd be excellent on Jim's show.
Yeah, I'm going to try and pop in every once in a while. It happens to be 4:30 a.m. for me. So
what time is it there right now?
If I'm pulling an next, it's 8 a.m. now, but their show is 4:30 a.m. for me. But sometimes I pull late nights, so I was up that night. So
well, Jim Collison does his show, the tech show. He does his show on Thursday nights, so it'd be better for you. Jim would be a great place to go next. I really respect Jim. Jim
wasn't I on Jim's show?
He co-hosts that from time to time in the morning.
Oh, okay.
On Saturday morning, Jim's got his own show. He's full time with Gallup. And by the way, the Gallup podcast is one of my favorite podcasts. But he also has on the weekends, he has an amazing podcast, and he could make a living doing podcasting, but he works for Gallup. But he is really good. He's the geek tech. I'll send you the information, and hopefully get you up with Jim too, because I think you'd be interesting with Jim. Jim has a mind to figure things out and apply things. So, But anyway,
I've been wanting to try and get him on a podcast. So
I'll get you those links and do an email to both of you guys. So, Josh, I've really enjoyed this. You've motivated me today, and it's
awesome.
Good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
I think you're Wozniak looking for Steve Jobs still.
It's probably true.
I think you are, and I know you can make it on your own. But shoot, man, I'm sure all sorts of people are starting to approach you. One last question. So one last question. Are a lot of people starting to approach you right now?
I get, I've gotten, just in the past few weeks, I've finally started to break into getting a little bit more respect from like kind of the top tier podcasting, coaches and, people like yourself and, Ray Ortega, what it was is there was a ton of people that were waiting for the Wave recordings. And once I finally said, okay, now you can record in Wave, a bunch of people said, okay, now we think this is a viable product and we'll start recommending it. And so,
yeah, and
that's been a big leap.
I'm looking forward to testing this out and seeing how it's working with the Netcast, because not just the Netcast, but with this Blab, because one of my complaints, I'd love to have better video, but the UI is good to bring people, but is the sound. If we can get even better sound, like you said, the Wave and hook it in with Blab or these other platforms, man, that's huge. That is huge. Well, I'm really impressed. I got a feeling you're not going to be working that second job very much longer. I know you're going to Thailand. Is that the end of the second job?
No, I'm not gonna quit until I've hit my magic number. But I got a family, so.
And your runway is out there. That's good.
I figure I don't want to put myself on a fixed runway. I want to make sure I can keep going as long as I need to.
Yeah, that's good. We call that the side hustle, and that's the best way to do anything when you're doing real estate on the side. Keep your job, work on the side until you have really enough money to bank it. So anyway, we really, really appreciate you coming on today. We had a lot of folks through. We had 208 people watch you live at any one time. And awesome. we had key people come on that I really respect to talk to you. So shoot, you're welcome back anytime. Definitely, I'd like to. I mean, Jonathan, I'll have to get the okay from Jonathan. He's the main producer of WP-Tonic, but we need to get you on WP-Tonic on the roundtable. So maybe you can talk to everyone on there is usually developing, doing stuff, engineering stuff. So maybe you can compare notes and talk to some of the struggles that they might be having.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Okay. Hey, thanks. Appreciate everybody out there. I'm gonna pause right now. Don't go away for a few seconds. Just wave, wave goodbye. Bye. So what we're going to do here, I want to show you too. We can look at this. You can put up a question on here too. See that question?
This is cool.
Go
Can
ahead.
you hear me all right?
Yeah, we're recording.
Yeah.
What's up, Josh?
What are you in a lab? What are you in? Like a
I'm at Monkey Inferno. It's the Blab office.
Oh, you're in Blab. You're Blab.
Yeah, I work at Blab.
That's what it looks like there, huh? Yeah, I got invited over last week on Friday. My kids were over at the Cal Palace.
Oh yeah,
when the gymnastics won the Zoom, but I had to stay over here with my dog.
Rad. Yeah. Sometimes you got to stay with your dog.
So Spencer was part of the PodClear team.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll be right back. I'm going to get a coffee. I'll be right back.
Josh, it's looking great, man. The product looks great. It's really cool.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
I popped in earlier, so I kind of saw a little bit of the demo. It looks clean, man. It's cool.
Working on it slowly but surely. It's been a side project, but how's things going at Blab? Has that been a good transition for you guys?
Yeah, it's been solid, man. It's a totally different problem set, so we're kind of like focusing on making the thing grow, getting, it's just a totally different game. I think we were kind of in it for the same reason that you were, like a lifestyle business, and it's a little bit different here. There's like funding and lots of momentum and stuff. So it's been cool, man. It's a totally new experience. So.
Yeah, they're both fun.
Yeah,
I've been part of kind of both of those things.
Yeah, it's just cool experiences. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to seeing how this whole thing rolls out. Are you like publicly launched yet? I guess you're still in beta, right?
I'm still in beta. It's always been a open beta, which I guess is kind of a cop out, but
that's smart. That's smart.
It's such a complicated app to like get working like on every situation, and as you know,
you're paying. Yeah. The number of times we're like Blue Streak Science. I'm sorry, man. Like every time Blue Streak Science recorded a podcast, you're like, "Oh, you lost your audio file. So sorry."
I'm at a situation now where I've got like triple, quadruple backups to try and make sure that like it doesn't happen, and someone still manages to like come in and like Windows Vista and.
Yeah, it's classic. Oh, thanks for forgiving me, Blue Streak Science. Thanks. Yeah, it's a tricky product, but you're doing well. It's cool.
So what
Blab's awesome. I love these hands clapping.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, the props.
What's the future of Blab?
What's the feature?
Yeah.
What's the feature of Blab? Oh, the future of Blab. It could be anything. We're kind of, it's in beta, so we're rolling with what users want, what seems to be like the greatest sort of ROI in terms of our engineering and product time investment. But ultimately, I think we kind of want to replace blogging and TV and kind of like be a place where people come to gather and talk about all topics. So like this week we have, the last couple of weeks we've had like kind of semi-celebrity people who just come on and talk to folks on Blab, which is kind of interesting. Like even sort of controversial figures, like I don't know if you saw Martin Shkreli. He's on house arrest right now. Martin Shkreli is the guy
I've seen him many times. I've seen that. It's crazy.
Yeah. So there's people like that. It's sort of interesting to have these sort of public figures that you don't normally have access to just hop on and suddenly you can jump in the seat with them and
I'm
chat.
surprised a politician has not started doing something yet, because
they will. Yeah.
I got a United States Senate race coming up, and I think we're going to do a weekly Blab from that Senate race.
Yeah. I mean, I think all that kind of stuff will start happening. It's just sort of a matter of time. We need to get a little bit more like presence in the public eye, and as soon as that starts happening, as soon as it starts to tip a little bit more, you'll start seeing all sorts of stuff. I mean, we've already got, ESPN does a show on Blab. UFC is experimenting with using Blab, so it'll go.
Can you handle the volume though?
Slow but sure. It's certainly tricky. Like right now, we've made it so that we can have unlimited viewers, so it'll scale in terms of viewership. But a lot of the people will have to be like put into sort of like an overflow state. So over a certain number of live viewers, the rest of the people get put on like a 30-second delay. But we're solving that problem slowly. So it takes time.
So yeah, I can see that you're sort of scaling as you go.
Scaling is hard with live video.
You go viral, yeah. I'm the one I remember you cut it back like 126 one day. I've watched that where you won't let more folks into a
126. It's dynamic. So it just depends on the speed of the actual streams. Like if everyone has like high quality internet going out, then maybe the threshold is a bit higher. It's a dynamic system that kind of throws people into the overflow system.
So would it work if like, are you guys using WebRTC for the video?
Yeah, it's WebRTC.
So it's all peer-to-peer?
It's all peer-to-peer, which is tricky, right? Like once you get to 300, 400 peers, it starts melting a little bit. And that's when we throw on this HLS stream that kind of like creates that overflow state. Is that Josh in here? What's up, Josh? It's good to see you, man. Yeah, so what was I saying? Yeah, so it's RTC, but we need to. We're on a third-party system right now for like live streaming video, but we're working on building our own thing. So
scaling up that I don't have to deal with the problem of 400 people joining a show.
Yeah, it's super gnarly.
On iTunes, that's how you monetize, because they have a way to with the vendors to monetize. If you could figure out a way to do that where you're actually somehow you can eventually let folks insert in commercials, things of that nature.
Yeah, you know what? Like right now, it's not ultimately, the company has to make money, but for the foreseeable future, we're not really trying to monetize. We're trying to get to scale first.
Well, I'm thinking
So
about
it's not the core focus. Oh, the individuals.
the content developers. For example, we had 20. The most we've ever had is in the political show. We had 2,700 people watch it, and I guess 600 who came through it live.
I think we have some people who are like selling spots on their blabs where like they'll use ManyCam and they'll throw up, like they'll switch their ManyCam to like some ad and they'll sell that spot and say like, I'm going to have this many live concurrent viewers and then charge the advertiser based on the number of viewers they get in the room.
Oh yeah, good idea.
So people will do it. It's not like a product. It's not like a core product feature right now. It's not really our focus. But eventually, when we do start monetizing, we hope that. I mean, Sean, our CEO, always says like, once we start monetizing, once we start making money, it means that the community itself is going to start making money as well. Like the content creators will also make money. So that's not really on our time horizon right now.
Right. The content creators, though, some of them will just do it for passion, but if they want to continue, because it takes a lot of time to create good content.
Mm-hmm.
And it'd be nice if they could monetize or do something. I mean, I monetize because of real estate,
right?
That connections we make, and I do political consulting too. So
cool.
It's that's one of my sides. I used to do that before 9/11. That's what I did. We had a marketing company that had a handle. I had marketing, construction, and we had real estate. So, but
cool.
I really enjoyed the art of politics. This is a crazy year.
Yeah. Hopefully, a lot of that stuff takes place on Blab. It's a really interesting platform for human engagement.
Can you imagine if a presidential candidate would come on right now and get some press and talk to people?
I bet it'll happen.
You guys got to get Bernie on.
That'd be amazing. We love Bernie. It'd be so freaking cool to get him on.
He's doing so well. Hold a second. I go to rallies. I go to everybody's rally, and I try to stay. I'm kind of the weird type. I try to stay nonpartisan as a consultant. It's really hard to do.
Yeah.
So on the Timeline show, I'm the only one on the right. So I come in from the right, and I've got most everyone's on the left.
Yeah.
And Bernie supporters. Dr. Nicholas Hernandez is on from Chapman. He's a big Bernie guy. He's on that. That show got 27. By the way, give me a class real fast. You know, up in the eye in the top, I want to verify this.
Yeah.
So the eye means how many people?
Live viewers. That's live viewers, and the one on the left is total viewers. So 226 people have filtered through the room, and there's 28 watching right now.
So when you get the re-watches, they grow. Is that on the left side?
Yep, that's on the left-hand side. So the replays add to that number. But I think eventually we're going to just combine it into one, so you'll see an aggregate. I don't know. We're thinking about different ways to approach it. Yeah, Josh, hop on.
Yeah, come on now. This is great. This is the best timelines I've ever had.
Josh was one of our early adopters when we first launched on Product Hunt. He interviewed me on his podcast, and now he's killing it.
Well, especially to come on Timelines.
Yeah, totally.
Hey, is it really loud in here?
You're good, man.
Okay, if it gets loud, let me know. I'll mute it. Sorry, there's no light either.
It's all good. How you been? It's good to see you.
The sound is good.
I don't want to hijack it. Yeah, I'm at a coffee shop.
No, not at all. We'll stay on today as long as we can.
That's cool. How you been?
I'm good, man. I just was. I saw Zencastr on here.
Yep.
And then Bill Conrad. I don't know you, but I feel like I should. So.
He is a wizard, after all.
That's the story behind that. We started a podcast with WP Tonic, and the programmer started calling me the wizard, and I didn't know crap.
So what's your show, Josh?
The Pitch. It used to be the Daily Hunt. And that was, like we said, Spencer was the first guest on that show.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, well, we're using – okay, so we're next Friday, we're recording our first live investor panel, and we want to use Blab. But we need help, obviously, recording the raw audio. Mm-hmm. So we were going to give it a shot with Zencastr. So that's the other reason I joined the call. I'm nervous about it because it's got to go off without a hitch. So, we've got scheduled.
Feel free to ping me on Twitter, and we can set up a time, and I can jump in a call with you, and I can give you a tour and make sure you're comfortable with it and everything.
Okay, so I tried it before, and it just did not work. Now, granted, this was a couple months ago. And so, I heard about somebody else who's doing Blab. I just need to have separate audio channels in case there's noise in somebody else's channel. I can't just have one MP3 from the Blab and make a podcast from out of that. So anyway.
Yeah. How many people are you going to have on the show?
It'll be, technically 5, but only 4 streams. So.
Are you trying to get people to hop in the seats as well? or just the same people in the seats the whole time?
No, the seats are going to be filled with the investors, and we're going to even actually have to tell people when we start it that like they can leave comments, but we're not going to get to their comments till the very end.
Okay.
Just because we're trying to figure out the balance between the show format and interacting with people. So we want to interact, but I don't think we don't want it to ruin the flow of the show. So. Yeah,
it's interesting. I mean, right now the pitch is highly produced and really, really well done. I wonder if it would almost be worth it to embrace the sort of, I know you don't want to like derail the conversation or whatever and engage too much with the chat, but that's what sort of makes Blab sort of magical sometimes. So I'm wondering if might be worth experimenting with, like engaging with live people, having like interesting folks, maybe vetted folks come on the show with you. It's a totally different than the pitch, but it would definitely be interesting.
I'm trying to strike the balance between that, because let's say I do allow people to come on and then I have to edit out a portion. It's just extra work later on. But at the same time, I do get what you're saying.
Yeah, sometimes it can cause like Product Hunt sometimes does it when they come on. They'll have Chris Sock or whatever was on a few weeks ago, and he's sitting in the seat, and then like they're just letting people in the seat, like whoever, like people can just call in, and all these people are like geeking out, like these people who have been huge fans of Chris Sock forever hop in the seat, and suddenly they're like on a Skype call with him, which is it's pretty cool to watch because they get excited, like the chat blows up, and it's interesting.
I agree. I think that's the magic of the Blab experience, is like the serendipitous kind of connections and the conversations and stuff.
Yeah, but it's also cool to just use it as a way to record the podcast, right? And just to have that live viewership is sort of just adds a little bit of energy. But I don't know. That's cool, man. I'm excited to see how that turns out.
I'm reading Hannah's comment. She said, having a lot of people do professional first half and then a little crazy afterwards.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
I agree.
Just lock the seat when you don't want some randos in there.
Randos? I like it. That's a new one for me.
Cool, man. Well, I got to get back to work. It was really great talking to you guys.
Hey, Spence, just one last question. Love to have you on Timelines. The other thing, too, is we did a live feed from the Atlantis Casino, and it was the superintendent of schools. And I should have put myself on as another co-host because I actually cut myself off in the middle trying to do whatever I was doing. But it came out pretty darn good. It was in the Atlantis Casino. I hooked it up through the mixers, and the sound was excellent. It was on Blab. But here's amazing me. I should have had some people come in and like ask questions up on the big screen because it was on the big screen too.
Totally.
These old folks don't get the Blab. They just don't like. I'm old too.
Yeah, it takes a little getting used to, huh?
But if we could have some people ask questions live on this big screen, and the sound was so good because I mixed it through the mixer and it came out excellent.
That's cool.
Hey, thanks for by the way, Blab folks. I thank you for what you're doing for your society and the world for communications and talking. So thanks a lot.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's fun, man. Thanks for using it so much. Thanks for bringing Zencastr on and doing a show. It's really cool.
And I put some links in. I'd love to have some folks from Blab come up and do some timelines. I do it every day. It's my fun show. It's not my money show.
Cool. You do it every day on Blab?
Every day at 9:00 Pacific. I'm in Reno, Nevada, called Timelines. And I just dropped in a link for the interview. I just do it because I love to do it. But it's helped me in other ways. We have a real estate company, so we've got some referrals. That's about it.
Well, we have a company full of night owls, so we'll definitely try and get the 9 a.m.ers to hop on. There are very few of us in the office. Today I showed up at 10. I think there were 4 of us in the office, which is...
Anybody? One last question.
Music.
Tell them about my intro song.
This is the intro song. This is the CEO, Sean.
Hey, Sean. Sean's come up a few times on Meet the Voter.
Meet the Voter?
Yeah,
cool.
Voter's crazy.
Sweet.
On Sunday nights from 6 to 8. Let's Meet the Voter. And like I said, I think we might have I'm going to cut part of this. We might have a United States Senate candidate starting a Blab. So that's what
that would be awesome. Love it. Josh, we're working on some cool stuff, actually. We're working on this. Right now, I'm working on a mini player that sits at the bottom right-hand side of any website. You just drop the JavaScript snippet in, and it can sit on like any website on the web. Whenever that person goes live, it pops up on their website. So we got some cool features coming out in the next month or so.
I'm trying to use that feature right now, but your old one.
Oh, the old live embed?
At the pitch.fm/live.
There you go.
But some people can't actually watch it from there.
Well, as soon as this is ready, I'm actually working on the SDK right now. So as soon as it's ready, I'll send you this little JavaScript snippet, and every time you're live, it'll just like show up over everything else. It's like a little, like Olark. Are you familiar with like Olark little chatting system?
Yes. Oh, on the whole website.
Yeah, it's just like Olark, but it just pops up in a tiny little square in the bottom right-hand side corner. If they click on it, then it goes into live experience. But it'd be sweet for like bloggers, large like news organizations.
Give me alpha, give me beta access.
I'll give it to you, man. Yeah, we're looking for some people to try it out. So it's gonna be pretty cool. There's a lot of really fun stuff coming out in the next month or so. We're doing a full redesign as well, which is pretty sick. Yeah, man. Anyway, I got to bounce. It was really awesome to talk to you guys. Next time you're in San Francisco, hit me up and come hang out. Would love to hang out with you guys. So I want beta. We go feel it. Yeah, man. Send me a message on Twitter if you want access to that feature I was talking about earlier.
I will do.
Oh, me?
Cool. No, not you, Josh. Two Joshes in one blab. What are the chances? This is amazing. I'm gonna grab the other
Josh squared. Hey, Josh. Josh, don't go away for a second. Spencer, thank you. Appreciate it very, very much.
Yeah. See you guys
Thanks
later.
for having in, Spencer.
No worries.
So, Josh, how long? I'd love to have you come on my show anytime. It's just a morning show. We just talk. It's 9 o'clock.
Cool.
It's short. I try to keep it 25 minutes for iTunes.
Nice.
So you're up on iTunes too, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Just search for The Pitch. You'll find us. Don't listen to the music one. That's not us.
I already got your, I've got your Twitter site up, so I found that. So
sweet.
How long have you been doing this?
The Pitch we launched in, let me think. June or July, I want to say. Mm-hmm. So we topped out at the number 18 in the U.S. Charts overall.
I'm sure I've caught your show. I listen to a lot of podcasts, and I remember The Pitch. That's the most important thing is the marketing side. We're talking to Josh up here. The marketing. He's got to go through marketing. Jonathan Denwood, who's our SaaS developer out here in Reno, who's got a big product for realtors. That pitch is the tough part.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, storytelling is good. So it's crazy.
Yeah, I'd love to come on. I'm looking for other shows to talk to folks and learn from others. So, the podcasting community is definitely something I want to keep staying connected with. So, yeah.
That's pretty impressive. So we'll probably finish up here today, but I appreciate everyone who's come on. This has been one of the most fun mornings I've had. Here's one of the problems. It's going to take me an hour and a half. It'll probably take me 3 hours on this show to edit it because we tied it. Now, I had no way to marking or tagging it on here. But
you're turning this into an episode?
No, I'm not. What I only do for the podcast, if you've signed up ahead of time, I've got a sheet like this and you've done the disclosure. That's only people I take the recording generally for the podcast. But we'll have a podcast for about 25, maybe 35 minutes, a little longer than normal with the story. And we have a format. I'm going to take bits and pieces and put it together on the podcast. It comes out pretty good. The sound is fine. It's not perfect, but it's not bad.
What's the name of it? I'll check it out.
It's called Timelines. Let me give you the link to the. I've got 7. I'm like, and we've got a show. WP Tonic is number 2 in WordPress, number 2 to 4 on ratings.
Timelines of Success, is that you?
Yeah, and then we have a tech show that's even higher, WP-Tonic.
Okay.
And it ranks 2 or 4 on iTunes. It bounces back and forth on the WordPress site, on just WordPress, subcategory.
That's crazy.
So, and Jonathan Denwood does pretty good with that podcast because he gets that relationship with people, and he does maintenance, and he's a developer. He's a like Zach. So
awesome. Yeah, I don't know much about I do know some, but
yeah. We've interviewed the very top WordPress people in the world and had them on, and then we do a roundtable once a month on Google Plus Hangouts. I'm the engineer, the guy behind the scenes. Basically, the developers down at a place called The Collective came to me and said, "Hey, Bill, how would you like to help us produce a podcast?" And it was when I was first learning podcasting, so it's kind of fun. Wow. Amazing the people you meet here.
Yeah, podcasting world, it's fun.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's podcasting anymore. I think it's netcasting. I think it's bigger than podcasting. What do you think? Podcasting is where the money is because you can measure, and have marketers on it. So looks like he lost his, he didn't lose his connection, but the video or something broke out. Josh, it's amazing how well we're doing from New Zealand. You guys got good internet over there, good connection.
It's hit or miss. So we've been lucky today.
Yeah. So I'm going to drive myself up past 1700 because I'm superstitious. So you can give me some.
All right. There we go.
Some of those, and we'll finish this up. This is going to be a big, long recording on YouTube. That's for sure.
Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah, I'll look forward to seeing you on other shows. I'll send
Yeah.
Jim Collison's information to you right now when we're done. And I think I think if you hit the podcast circuit, I mean, it'll be all over.
Well,
And
what
if
I'm
you
trying
can-
to do right now is get all those guys on my show. Because I think, it's valuable. Well, at least some, just because, they'll be able to kind of, they've got products for podcasters. I've got podcasters, and they can also help promote Zencastr to podcasters. So it seems like a good fit. So,
and we've got a lot of elections coming up, a lot of cycles, and I've got a few clients here on the political side. So we'll see what we can do and hook them in together to get some communications out there. It might be nice.
Yeah, definitely.
So Dave Jackson, in closing, you've talked to Dave Jackson offline, like one-on-one?
No, just in the show last week.
Yeah. You talk to him offline sometime. He'd probably really connect well.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that.
Hey, I want to thank everybody out there for the last time we really recorded. I usually never, this is the longest I've ever gone, I think, on a timelines. I call it timelines netcasting interview. And it's something I love to do. It's my fun thing I do every day. Unfortunately, it's that editing afterward that's not so much fun.
Remember, after you get off of Blab, you're gonna want to stop the Zencastr.
Why don't we stop? Can we stop Zencastr right now? As long as I have you with me.
Yeah, you can stop it.
I got so many tabs. Oh, it's got the little. I love it. Oh, you know what? I should have tell Blab. I know you're still listening. I want a bigger red dot up there for recording because I miss that. Like every third show, I miss recording. I love your big red dot there. It's flashing and it's easy to see. Your UI is great. So all I have to do is hit the red dot.
Yep.
I love the training. This is so simple. And we're done. So we're done with the recording.
We're done with the recording. It's uploading the MP3s. Mine just finished.
So I can't turn it on and off, but I can mark it though. So I can mark it, make a note.
You can mark it. There is a pause button, but I don't recommend using it because it actually stops the time of the show. It doesn't like just mute everyone.
Okay.
So I would just drop footnotes in.
My solo track's at 58 minutes, 7 seconds, and you're at 4 or 5%. Why don't you stay with it, finish this thing up so we'll completely put it to bed. How long will it take me to get will they be MP3s?
So my MP3 is already uploaded, and now I'm uploading the wave. If you'll notice, there's an MP3 track for me that says
test blue.
The 58 minutes, 6 seconds, and then there's a green one, and that's the wave file.
This thing is
so you've already got the MP3 as like a backup plan, and now because the wave takes a little while, that one happens at the end.
So how many podcast trainers have you connected with?
I haven't gotten that crazy with it because, as I said, I'm actually growing a little bit too fast for not having paid users yet. But I've had dialogues with, like Daniel J. Lewis was in the last show that we were at. I'm going to try and contact him and get him into one of the shows. Ray Ortega is going to be in one of the next shows. But I haven't really gotten too crazy with it.
We got the podcast Answer Man, and you also have John Lee Dumas. They're out there, I'm sure.
Well, the podcast Answer Man is going to be at the conference, the Asia Pacific Podcasting Conference, and I'm a panelist there, and he's a speaker. So I should get a chance to. Yeah, well, it's in New Zealand, in Auckland. I should get a chance to meet him in person and
Cliff Ravencraft.
Yeah,
I met Cliff in Las Vegas when they used to have the MNX. Ever go to MNX?
No, I don't know what that one is.
New Media Exposition. It was hooked last year with the national broadcasters. I like the national broadcasters. I want to hang out at the national broadcasters because you see so many different things there, and they don't see what's coming up behind them. Some do, but all this other,
I'm interested in going to the marketing conferences and trying to get people that are not podcasting who are marketers to become podcasting marketers. I think every business should have a podcast. And so
I agree.
I think that's kind of where I might be trying to go and kind of build a bigger market.
We were going to cut it off, but guess what? Do you have to go to the bathroom or anything?
No, I'm okay.
You got people, you've got fans. We got to keep this going. There he is.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're really good.
Yep.
Hey.
Well, something you just said triggered me, so I had to jump in about all businesses being podcasters. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. You're
Yeah,
good.
yeah, we can hear you.
And so I agree with you. That's all I had to say.
It's got to be simpler though. No, wait a second. To get
Well,
into iTunes has got to be easier, and it's got to be easier to edit. We got to make
and
it
that's
easier.
why a lot of them aren't, and that's kind of what I'm trying to solve. But I think, and I didn't even realize this when I started building Zencastr, how powerful of a tool it is to connect with your current and future users. Like and I think one of the most important things with having a successful company, especially when you're getting started, is to be a person, not a business to people, to have an identity, a real, like, have a heart. And podcasting gives you that ability to have your personality be represented. Because if someone comes to your product and it doesn't work quite right, and they only see you as a business, they're gone and they don't care, and they'll find someone else who will do it better. But if they know you, they know who you are, they've listened to your show, they've contacted you in email, you've got a rapport with them, and they have a problem, then they're going to come to you, they're going to talk to you, they're going to be more forgiving, and you're going to know what they want because you're talking with them.
Right. Like right now I'm in the business of having major corporations do the same thing. So, we're talking right now about, let's say, the small business or the medium-sized business, down to the level of the individual. The part that I'm in is, well, here's my philosophy. Now, I worked in film and television ages ago, and advertising dollars are right now dedicated to that because that's where the major eyeballs are. Major eyeballs are not working much anymore. We get a lot of cord cutters. And so there's a shift. The next generation of eyeballs are the kids who are watching all their content on tablets and phones. Part of that content is the podcast that we're talking about. Another part is YouTube and that type of stuff. Another part might be the live streaming that we're doing. The dollars are waiting for this to be more mainstream, where we can have millions of people on Blab watching, so that when we're creating content, we have so many niche eyeballs in watching our content that the businesses or major corporations will start investing and putting advertising towards things like this. The problem is corporations are not involved in creating video content. Now, some of them are experimenting. GoPro's an example. Red Bull's an example. And then you have things like BuzzFeed and other kind of businesses like that. Now, they're trying to push their way in creating content that feels mainstream, but until the viewership is there, that's when the dollars will start moving. If the part that I want to participate in right now is getting those major corporations, a lot of them, to realize that this kind of content will appeal to their consumers. If they are participating in creating of that content, so I'm trying to sell them packages where we're building TV studios in their corporate businesses where they can then do podcasts about whatever their business is, or interview celebrities that are in their markets, right? And so they don't have to spend millions of dollars having video crews and all type of stuff. It's an automated system. So it's very similar to what we're doing now, except they can actually use the system on any platform. So they'll be able to Blab, they'll be able to Periscope or FaceTime Live and all that type of stuff. If they're involved and they're doing their own content and they realize that their audience is now coming, they're more willing to shift the dollars to people like us because we're grabbing the niche. That's it.
Carlos, I absolutely 110% agree. We both know Rob, right? And he's for 15 years. This is the guy in Washington, D.C. It's been setting up for the government mostly.
Well, I work for Rob.
Oh, I didn't know you worked for him.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know that. The secret. You let the secret out. So he's been doing those contracts, but I don't think I'm gonna be critical on Rob. Rob's got these, $60,000 systems that you're putting up, right? I can take an ATR 2100 and get better sound than he can some of the times. I've listened to his sound from his studio. He's got a condensing mic. I told him he had this little $300, kind that they use the pedestal. By the way, this is out because I spilled coffee all over my keyboard, and my phone. So it doesn't take that much money.
But you can't sell one of those to a corporation for $60,000.
But the government, I could charge like $10,000 for that. No, but it has to be. But you're secure. I know what you're going through because I use some of the systems. I was overseas civil military operations for the government, and I used the systems, the secure systems, and the processes, and the netcasting. I was in a DIA cell my last tour in Afghanistan, so I know some of the stuff that goes on. I'm pretty sure I've used some of the tools.
Yeah, the thing is, those tools are modifiable. So in turn, if one sucks, then we just go with another one. The idea, though, is the pitch and the concept of having them create video content for their consumers, and or use the same TV studio that we're building for B2B business information as well, or training, for example. But the key is getting them to realize that this isn't going to be the future, and they should jump on it now, get into the flow, because as it grows, they'll be better, we'll be better, and it becomes more mainstream faster than if we just sit around and hope that they'll catch on. So either somebody has to pitch it to them, or most companies. Let's give an example. In terms of television content, the smartest ones were HBO and Showtime. They're the first channels to say, you know what? We don't need cable TV to control our customer base. We're now going to go direct. So now if you have a Roku, if you have Sling, if you have Apple TV, you can basically subscribe directly and watch HBO without ever having cable or satellite. That's the future. So if that's what television is going to do, corporations also want to do the same thing. Because right now, way ahead of the game is your GoPro and your Red Bull. They're doing content.
And there's still enough. There's still so much room and so many niches where there isn't a clear authority, or there isn't a clear thought leader in the podcasting space. And there's those spots are just waiting to be taken for the people that are willing to go and get them.
Oh, absolutely. So somebody mentioned Pluto TV.
Yeah, I just dropped it in.
Yeah, Pluto TV. Oh, then Rob must have mentioned it to you. Or no?
I don't know who told me. It's been a couple of weeks ago. It may have been Rob, but I told other people they never heard of it before.
Yeah, so Pluto TV is something I stumbled upon a few weeks ago.
Might have been you.
I told Rob about it. And Pluto TV is a concept I wanted probably about 3 years ago, because the Lounge Network originally started as the Lounge Magazine. My whole concept for my shows was to do a modern version of what a magazine is. Everything is modernized: books, music, art, filmmaking. All that stuff has shifted, and I wanted to be like a video version of a paper magazine. But it shifted in such a way that other people wanted to contribute, and they're doing their own content. And so I changed the name to the Lounge Network to basically permit other shows to be on part of the network. And then I wanted to create an interface for things like Roku or the Apple TV that looked like a TV guide, and then you just select what you want to watch, and that person's programming is just shown on an hourly basis, and you get to tune in like you did television. But they're podcasts. And that's what Pluto TV is, except Pluto TV, apparently they have connections, and they have major content creators like Onion, Sky News. Well, they got like 700 channels, and a good chunk of those are just music channels. So it's a great idea, but I want to create it for a more independent platform. Those guys are having their millions of viewers already. We need to have some podcasters who have great content be able to get better viewership by stumbling onto one channel and then realizing, oh, what's this channel? So if we're side by side, it's a little bit easier to tune in and watch than if we're just floating somewhere in cyberspace and trying to market the hell out of ourselves.
I mean, it's like, one thing I really miss using, because I cut the cord a long time ago. I haven't had cable for ages. And the one thing I really miss is I never find myself flipping through the channels and like watching the last half of Die Hard anymore, and like there's so much stuff that I would watch if like I was dropped into it that I would never choose to watch or listen to by having to like directly select it out.
Have you ever used Sling?
I haven't.
Okay, so Sling is basically owned by Dish, and you pay like a $20 a month charge. You can tune into AMC, ABC Family, Disney, ESPN, ESPN2, CNN, Bloomberg, and a bunch of other channels. So the reason I bring this up is because they have a similar concept in terms of the way Pluto TV has it. You tune into a channel, and whatever's playing live on actual television is what you're watching too, except it's streaming through the internet. But here's the cool part. On some of those channels, they have gotten certain rights. So if you're tuning into the last half an hour of Die Hard, you can say, oh, I've never seen this movie, and literally pause and then choose to start from the beginning.
Okay. Nice.
And that's hot. So, so now not only...
Is that too much power? Is it too much power?
No, it's what we're looking for. I mean, you just said you wanted that, and here it is. So particularly with podcasts, I'm playing around with Fire Talk. So I have my platform on Fire Talk where you can watch all my episodes just sitting back in the sofa. It's interesting. And then if I choose to go live, it'll go live and so on. There's this is the gray period. That's what I call it, where all these ideas, your thoughts, I want to be able to rewind it, come into play, and all these guys are experimenting with it. I'm now getting involved with another company that's trying to create another streaming video platform, but they're trying to do B2B and also B2C. So, for example, we can all be here and we all agree to watch. Again, I'll use Die Hard as an example, and somehow we get to rent it directly from within the platform legally. And so I'm now trying to negotiate this B2B process with what Rob is doing in terms of offering corporations the ability to broadcast. So for me, I'm trying to connect all the strategies because fortunately I have, relationships that I've established for many years. And I'm watching how all these platforms are coming out and each one is contributing in their way. For example, Periscope. Okay, we'll let you do live, but it'll disappear in 24 hours. So Mevi says, oh, well, why do it 24 hours? Why not just keep the video? And then another platform says, well, why not just keep the video? Let's turn it into a channel. Oh, and so each little platform comes up with, they'll take a little bit of the idea and then enhance it till finally, in about 5 years, we have the perfect solution and everybody jumps on board. But it's nothing. None of this is mainstream. And the only one that's going to push it mainstream right now, the closest one would probably be Facebook, because they got billions of eyeballs off the bat. And once their video started showing live on the timeline, Twitter instantly said, oh, let's put Periscope on the timeline.
Carlos,
they're all watching each other. I'm sorry,
Carlos,
I'm talking too much.
There's a national, I want to ask a question of Carlos and also Josh, tune in this. There's a national TV channel who was putting it up on iTunes. And every night I'd come up and watch it on demand. And they tested that for about 6 months. No commercials. It was 21, 22 minutes. I loved it. I just watched it right on my iPhone. And it was, I think it was ABC News. And it was great. And I loved that. I get my news junkie and I can walk around. I can use it, listen to it in the car while I'm driving, whatever. But it was on, you could see it right here. So I said, man, this is like 2 years ago. And I'm getting into this business. I said, let me go and talk to the different people around town and say, can we set up a local media company and outdo the local TV station and put it up on an RSS feed on iTunes, and so on demand. So you go during the day, you go out at 5 o'clock with 2 reporters, male and female, and you do the recording and you go ahead and you do the show, and then you edit it at night from 5 to 6 and you put it up on an RSS feed so people can watch it. And it's tough to get that in a local small area city of 200,000. But now what if I hooked in with a newspaper? Well, I got to meet with a newspaper at a party up at Lake Tahoe at Shoreline. And I talked to the second executive there because my wife, they're both real estate brokers, the wives, through the wives, I got to go to the party. And I talked to the second executive. He said, wow, he didn't even know about it. He didn't even think about it. And it came to the idea, so and then I got back with them. They are so broke, so out of money now. And I don't want to mention the newspaper. I didn't know where I'm in. They said they may not be in business 6 months from now. I said, that's even more reason to use the front of your newspaper to set this up today. We could have this up in a week doing the news on demand. So you punch it. Then you could do an update in the evening. And for a fraction of the cost, you've got a station that's competing against the 3 big channels here. And it's your newspaper.
So that's actually something that I've already started in conversation with. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution is the largest newspaper here in Atlanta. And I will be, I'm basically trying to connect from inside. I have connections inside, particularly in the video department. So the video department, I know the chair of the video department, and he's interviewed Obama and Oprah, all that type of stuff. And so usually those are on location type interviews.
Right.
And the way you watch it is typical, it's just streaming on demand if you can go
right.
to the website. I started the conversation about selling this package that, Rob and I are working on. And saying, look, you already are trying to build a studio. Now they have sub companies, they're owned by Cox. And so they have multiple little websites. I said, so you're already trying to do media content, but you don't even have a TV studio. Let me hook you up. Let me show it off to you. And let me show you how you can do news formatted programming, minimal cost. So the newspaper is not going to go under. And do it. Just do it. You don't need to hire. I mean, they already have video producers, but they don't need to have a ton of people to basically have their newspaper content that they already have be broadcasted and then throw in advertisers. So now you just basically recreated your content, the same, and same information. You're not reinventing the wheel, but now you have your market watching you and the advertisers, local advertisers watching you. And so now it's just a matter of setting up the time and date. And
you've got the front page of the newspaper to put it out. And you could have a 6 o'clock 22 minutes of news at 6 o'clock, just like the regular old school TV stations.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is
they can promote the channel in their own newspaper.
I go down and look at the old school
guys,
TV.
I hate to interrupt. I gotta run. I'm hearing ruckus from the baby and stuff.
Hey Josh, well, I look forward to seeing you on other podcasts. I really appreciate you coming on. It's been
it's been fun.
Carlos, stay on for a couple seconds.
Yeah, I'm checking out your product, so it's very good, man.
It's an amazing product. I tested it today. I'm going to run it tomorrow on the show.
Cool.
Yeah, stay in touch, Bill, and let me know if you have any more questions about how to get the audio out of Zencastr and everything.
When you get over here, let me take you to squeeze into the Stonehouse for brunch. I'm a brunch guy. Normally after the podcast in the morning, people go out with me to brunch. We didn't quite make it today, so we missed brunch.
All right, next time.
Take care.
Bye.
Hey, stay on for a second. That's funny. We're thinking about the same things. I don't think there's any secrets, but it's amazing that the newspapers have not done this yet. But the other thing I want to say too, is I went down and looked at, you can look at the TV stations here. Reno is a small area, but we have 3 national TV channels. They got the big vans, the rigs, the antennas, and you can see they're getting old. The technology is 10 years old. The paint on the building doesn't look good in their signs. So I think they're hurting. So if you can come in here with less expensive, the newspapers have a way to rebound right now by adopting something like you just said, that have it media news. They could still have a print once a week, but then have this new kind of media up.
Right, exactly.
Blog hooked in. Have a daily show. Maybe have it at 6 and 11 at night. So recap. You can do it for a nominal amount of money. Mm-hmm. Shoot them over to electronic newspaper and maybe print on Sundays and call it a day. But instead of going out of business, I've seen the Modesto Bee went out of business where I was from, where I was vice mayor. They're gone. They're gone. They're printing out of Sacramento now, like one person, like a field office in Modesto. That's a big city. These newspapers are going left and right. If they don't hurry up and reinvent themselves.
That's true.
Let me tell you one thing they said. They said, we don't want to do anything that hurts our newspaper anymore. It hurts our newspaper because they want to cannibalize it. They don't want to cannibalize what they have. Are you hearing that from talking to newspapers? They don't want to cannibalize?
I mean, the conversations are just starting.
Yeah.
So I haven't heard that. I'm probably going to hear that. The catch is the predictability factor. You're going to die, right?
Yep.
So
the guy I was talking to has been in 35 years in journalism. He'd worked his way up. He was second in charge of a very large city newspaper, and he was retiring. And it was good listening to him because he was just talking and telling me all the problems they had, the worries about money. And they said they just don't have any space to do anything else.
Yeah, because there's other expenditures. For example, how to host a video.
That's not expensive. You go up on Libsyn right now and do that's cheap.
Well, yeah, see, but they're not going to do that. I mean, they're to them, they're big corporations. They need to control their content. Libsyn probably has certain fine print on their user, their EULA, and legalities about where they can actually place the content, especially if it has any particular information. I mean,
I'm talking about news channel, local news channel.
No, right.
Just taking the news in town of Reno, Nevada.
No, I get that.
I think you're overthinking.
But yeah. But see, I mean, there's lawyers and media and all that type of stuff. They entangle that stuff almost on purpose.
I was vice mayor for 6 years. I mean, city council vice mayor city. I dealt with the cable companies, and I was back on active duty in Kansas City when Google was coming in with their fiber, and I saw the city councils, battle with the cable companies with Google moving in. By the way, one city did not get cable out there, the 11 that were protected, and almost the entire city council has been thrown out by the people because they didn't take the Google fiber. And Google fiber is coming too. That's going to change the world. So you ever heard of Switch? Switch is the biggest plant. People in this listening audience will know who Switch is. They're building, 1 million square feet out here in the desert right across from us. We've got the world's largest industrial plant. IBM, excuse me, I shouldn't say IBM, but they're building a huge cloud plant out here for Apple just outside in the Reno Industrial Park. Quote unquote, I'm pretty sure IBM has something to do with it because I know people working on it and they work for IBM, and it's all hush hush. So there's some crazy things happening. I think you're going to see this broadband really explode here. Some parts of the world are ahead of us in broadband too. And what's that going to do to when we get 1,000 up, 1,000 down? There's
many reasons why they're ahead of us. Mostly because of cost of infrastructure. We're a big country, and we got people spread everywhere, and so that the government is not going to control communications. They can't just say, "Hey, we'll build the infrastructure for you," because then, of course, everybody's going to be like, "Oh, but you're controlling it then."
Yeah.
I mean, as it is, they're already patching in and listening to everything, but so the cost has to come down to the companies.
Yeah,
and the only way the companies are going to do that is they buy each other out to monopolize everything. And we're voting against that too. So there's a lot of fine print and reasons why all that's being held up.
There's a reason why also, if you just go a few hours down Highway 80 to Salt Lake City, there's a reason why the NSA is there and some of your top hosting companies are there. There's a reason there too. There's amazing little hubs starting to click in. It's coming fast. And look, last year we didn't have Periscope. It's only like a year old, right? Periscope, Meerkat and Periscope, about a year old.
Right.
And then we have Blab coming on this year, and there's competition to Blab out there already. I haven't really paid attention, but I think there is some competition out there to Blab. Not like I think Blab
I think is April, but yeah, I mean, there's going to be. There's already about another 10 live streaming apps that should be launching this year, and like I mentioned, I'm connected to one of them, and I'll be trying to get a show on their beta. They're still in alpha. And it's going to be interesting. I mean, it's going to be aggressive. A lot of these channels are not going to exist in the next 3 to 5 years because they're going to just, overcome each other. And some of them are thinking ahead with the profitability, with advertisers. But again, until corporations are deeply involved, until they have the equipment to be involved and the knowledge to be involved, the money's not going to shift.
Hey, what do you think Libsyn is going to do? And people like that, Libsyn, Blueberry, the host, and as well as what do you think it's going to happen to iTunes?
I mean, they're going to grow if they can get a grasp of the cost. It's not that expensive, but a lot of the content is going to be video, and most of their business model is focused on audio. So unless they can adjust their business model, lower their costs so that they can handle video just as well as they can handle audio.
Their video's a little expensive.
Yeah. I mean, so, and it's only, and probably because of the profitability in that. So
I'm playing around with Amazon S3 too, but that can be expensive when they stream it down.
Yeah, I've played with that. If you get a lot of downloads, that can be pricey as well.
But I'm doing some things.
But there's no way around it, really.
I use it a lot for like my MP3s, things like, not MP3s. I have put them up, of course, but I'm using them for PDFs, things of that nature, which don't, it's nice. Mm-hmm. It's a nice place to put PDFs. But I can see some other applications to it as it evolves. It's changing so fast. So,
well, I mean, that's how Netflix started. They were using Amazon S3 or AWS.
I didn't know that. So you're in Atlanta. That's a great place to be for connectivity. That's one of the, I would say, the communications technology hub, especially with CNN.
Well, I'll probably be moving to New York, and they have a CNN office there as well. Google already has gigabit fiber here in Atlanta, and I think New York will also be one of the hubs. The concept for only focusing on audio just makes me crazy.
I like that. You know what? Me too. And podcasters, I'll tell you what, podcasters are making big money are still just focusing primarily today on the audio, the ones that are making the money. But hopefully,
Stephen, I agree with you, but the audio part component is important. For example, some people are working, and maybe the only thing they can hear in the office, for example, is audio. And sometimes when you're in the household, you just have it play in the background. When you're at the gym, you're listening to the podcast when you're working out. So it's the way we can sneak our content to them is there. But you're right. I mean, video, give it another 5 to 10 years. Video will be in your refrigerator, which has already begun, but cost-wise. Well, I'll give it 2 to 5 years, but it's still going to be expensive. It's the reason I go a little bit beyond that is because it'll be more mainstream. The kids who are grown with iPhones and tablets will be adults, and they want to invest in that type of technology in their household. So, they'll be able to walk around with their iPhone, and the video will just start moving to whatever product you're nearest.
When I do Meet the Voter at meetthevoter.com, I do the first half hour, and then another person comes in and is the moderator. I go and put it on here in the background. I'll listen to it. Or if I did with WP Tonic, we the first half hour is for iTunes, and I usually have a meeting that night. So I'll listen to it while I'm driving through Blab. I'm listening to the show live in my pocket with my bud on, driving, and I'll go into the meeting with the bud on, listening to it. And that's already live streaming. So it's already here, what you said.
Yeah.
I mean, it's here.
Here's an example of what I'm talking about. Amazon has their technology, and I forget her name or its name, where you can talk to it and then it'll respond.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Jim Collison talks about it all the time. I know it's huge. I need to.
I think it's Alexa.
Alexa.
So you're like, oh, play, the content I want to listen to, and it'll just start to play it, and then you'll be able to go upstairs and you say, okay, play it over here, and they'll just throw it into that other room. It's a little bit how Apple TV has their mirroring, but that has to kind of become a little bit more automated for the smart home, and the smart home is the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll go to the bathroom, you have the podcast or whatever shows you like to listen to. You walk into the bathroom, you have your phone in your pocket, the mirror turns on, and you're able to brush your teeth while you're watching. Things of that nature.
I was building in the 90s, and the smart home was the big thing. And I watched it evolve. We wired and put smart homes together. It's not even today. I don't know how you'd build a smart home, because you really have to, when I build something, it's going to be out of sync really fast. Anything I put in, I'm not even sure if I put in Cat 6 in anymore.
Right.
I'm not sure what
I mean, my house is Cat 6, when the house was built, but so why do you think Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV focuses on video? Because it'll be here in 10 years? Yes.
It's here now.
Well, it's here now. It's just starting to become mainstream. But when I say here, I'm talking about how advertising and everything will then be there to support it. So a lot of people are investing in putting apps together, which can cost you about $10,000 to be able to be in these products. But the I know it's been here. I've had an Apple TV since about 10 years ago when they first started. I'm talking about the millions of audience, the audience people that are going to be watching. Yeah, I'd like to say that it is mainstream now, but what I'm talking about mainstream is when all your network television channels on cable don't exist, and all the advertising shifts to the internet. That's what I'm talking
That's
about.
going to happen. I think it's going to be here fast.
Oh, it is going to be here fast.
I went to the National Broadcasters event last year, and I listened to the chairman because I want to hear what he said about taking over the internet. He did, they took over the internet last year, basically. And he did talk briefly about how he's going to protect the children. That's about the only thing he said. All the suits were there from all the big companies, the billionaires. I was like on the side. And the chairman was talking about the $9.1 billion that AT&T just paid to buy out like a third of all the FM channels that are going to go away in 10 years. And that's going to be the huge connectivity is that FM in your cities.
Right. And they'll just shift the technology to something else. Hopefully internet-based technology.
Well, it might be like ping, you just go in your city and you've got this immediate download, and they're learning how to do compression on, and move more information, more digits faster with less. That's getting better. So it'll be, if folks, when you put something in down here, put as a question, I'll flip it up. Hey, Carlos, here's something I'm getting pushback right now. Reno is kind of an old city. It's an old Western city. Carson City is just down from it's the capital, and Las Vegas is a little bit more progressive and modern. And then you've got California, which is, ultra modern, and most of their cities, San Francisco, Bay Area, anybody is ahead of Reno. And we've got this older group of wealthy people, a lot of Silicon people here up the lake, but they're been out of technology for 10 years. They're wealthy as heck. And then we've got this working class and these new huge industrial business park. I go out and I do some live streaming for some of the meetings. I was using Google Plus Hangout. I have 2 issues. To live stream, it worked really well because it loaded to YouTube. So here's the issues I'm running into here is the older folks just don't get it. I hate to say, I'm older. I'm like 50s, late 50s. And they just don't get it. They don't understand it. Quite a few do, but most don't. And the kind of stuff that we're streaming is really oriented towards politics and older folks. I just had the superintendent of Washoe County Schools on at the Atlantis Casino on Blab for the first time. Great sound. And only one person out of 600 people I emailed out to came in and watched live. Now we had a bunch of people in the room and we'll have replays, but it's just that there's something missing there. How do we break through to the generation who's not the millennials to get this technology working? It's got to be easier. I think it's easy now.
I don't know if that's the focus.
No, it's not. It must not be.
It's. I don't think it is. Everything I'm talking about, the reason I keep saying 5 to 10 years is because companies' investments are held back by the amount of viewership that they're looking at, how the market is moving. Smart TVs are kind of still very gimmicky, and nobody's they don't feel that someone's created a solution for them to be able to have more control over their content. So, the reason they still were making Blu-rays and stuff like that is so they can control the laws and that type of thing. Once everything goes internet, it's a whole can of beans. That's why only a few companies have taken their risks. It's those kind of decisions and those kind of thinkings that are delaying where the money is shifting. Let's see. The reason money is not being made is because people are holding on to the old radio model. That's what I'm talking about. The audience that the money is going to be appealing to are the kids right now. So the kids, the children, our kids, the ones that we already talk about are watching YouTube aggressively and things of that nature, is what the mainstream market will become. And then once that occurs, those decisions of saying, oh, we need to match those eyeballs, because if that happens now, if we were the millennials and we only watch online only, they wouldn't be making any money because nobody's watching television, and everything will be going belly up because everybody's promoting and advertising in the wrong place that nobody's watching. That's not happening yet. For the advertisers or the money or all the decision makers and all the manufacturers and everything to kind of just say mainstream, here's where all the money's going to go, is because they know that the kids are watching are not able to make money and spend and buy. When they can, that's when you're going to see this shift, like instant. It's going to be like, when did this happen? Kind of, so that's kind of what I'm talking about. So I'm talking about in the corporation mentality, video for us is here. We're broadcasting, we have an audience and that type of thing. But really, when it comes to monetization or advertisers or that type of thing, those guys are thinking in the radio days, and that's a problem.
Hey, I had an IBM, I do this show daily, right? From 9 Pacific. I had an IBM person come on my show yesterday.
Oh, cool.
And started asking me questions. Cause I do it daily. And it was after everyone left, they sort of caught a second. They said they've been watching. And IBM just inquired. I put this up here. They just bought Livestream.
Awesome.
And they came in and started watching my show. This is an exec. I say she said she was exec. And I looked her up. She looked real. And she sounded real. And she talked for a few minutes. But yeah, it's my day off, so I can come on. I don't. And it's very. I know IBM people are working out here with Apple, and they're so secretive. You can't believe it. These big plants. They'll get in trouble if they say anything. Mm-hmm. But yeah, IBM is teamed up with a lot of folks, and Apple's one of them they've teamed up. Now they got Ustream. And that brings my next question. I have gone side by side next to Ustream using my cheesy little camera and MacBook Pro, and hooked into the mixer in the casino or the auditorium, and got great sound, and put up.
Oh, yeah, I heard it.
I did it last night. I did it 2 nights ago, and I'm going to put that up as an example. The only mistake I made is the first time I ever used Blab. I should have logged myself on as another administrator because I did something stupid in the middle of it and I cut it. No big deal. I just opened it back up. But okay. Yeah, I think this is crazy. Now we just have to figure out how to make some money now and get it going.
So again, Steven is mentioning how he knows people that are making a lot of money. It's not to say that there are not people that will not make money. Twit makes
3 to 7% of podcasters make money. 3 to 7% of podcasters make money.
Right. That's what I mean. There's people who are going to figure it out and be aggressive about it, or have that audience, and they're going to be able to get the attention of some of the advertisers because of the niche markets that they aim at, and they're going to succeed. But that's why there's all these experiments. I mean, to me, they're basically people who are just saying, let's see what happens. And if it works and it catches, they start making money in it. There's tons of people who would have thought that some YouTube makers would be making money. You watch their content.
I know, isn't that crazy?
Stupid. Yeah, people are watching.
My 15-year-old.
So I'm sure that there's television networks that are saying, how's he making that money? Maybe people keep it to themselves because they want. Well, sure, because if everybody starts doing the same thing, the money gets spread thin. But that money, the money that we're looking at that they're making, is nothing compared to how much money is actually being spent in advertising. And that's what's going to happen when everything goes mainstream. When everything goes mainstream, I mean, it's a huge amount of money. And now it's about to, it's just about breaking it into whoever's going to make the right content with the right audience, and so on and so forth.
Do you know much about MNX, New Media Exposition? It grew and grew and grew. It started out with bloggers, and it added podcasting and added YouTube. It had its own awards. And last year, the national broadcaster was invited to do jointly with them. They did it jointly, and now MMX is gone. I mean, they've done, I don't know, someone destroyed them, but they used to have an awards with YouTube and in podcasting, much like you have the Academy Awards, and they did it jointly, and it was really a great experience. And to see how much is in the national broadcasters organizations, how much they control. And then this New Media Exposition got stamped down. It's gone. It just disappeared after they did this one joint show in Las Vegas last year. I don't know the whole story. There's probably a story behind the story, but it's gone. Anybody know out there? Be interesting to find out. You ever listen to Dave Jackson you should come on Saturday morning it's at 7, 8, 9, about 10 Eastern. It's called what's Dave's show? It's Dave's show. Just come on Dave Jackson. I don't know. Can't remember the name of the show. It's Ask the Podcast Coach is the name of the show, but it really has some of the top podcast geeks on there, listening and watching. About 50 people come on live. So it be interesting to see what it's doing. Hey, Carlos, thank you. I haven't seen Rob in a while. Is he working actually? Or is he?
I'm sure he is.
So he's trying to figure out how's. I shouldn't ask you this, but his business is how he's going to have to transition with his business. I take it in some aspects. I mean, it's working. He's got a traditional bricks and mortar model.
I mean, I don't see why he should have to transition. I think it's a natural.
He has to adapt. Like I was thinking, You know, I was design, build, construction, build 2 subdivisions, custom homes. I have the systems right now where I could design a little like media room in the house, be like a closet. I was thinking about going around to all the architects and the folks and say, hey, we can spec out a media room. But I'm not sure what to put in it because I could take any room. And,
looks like it's Rob right
is
there.
Rob, are you up? Where is he?
He's just working.
Oh, there he is, the red thing.
Goes through into sales.
Yeah, he's working. He's actually working.
Oh, we're going to do it, man.
What's he doing?
We're going to do it.
Goal is 300 studio sales.
It's yeah, exactly.
So he's going out to the corporate. He's B2B, right? You're focusing on the B2B.
Well, I mean, I'd say it's everything, B2B, B2C.
Yeah. So I was thinking about doing it just in housing, have a little, but I'm not sure, like I could build a room. I just need a room, ideally with no windows, with a little bit of sound, just a studio.
Right. I mean, I'm sure maybe some rich celebrities might go for it. You know, just like celebrities have recording studios.
How about executives who want their little networking in their house, maybe, or not the key executive, but how about some of the deputies, the marketing? Like I used to know the number 5 vice president of Disney, the marketing director of Disney. I used to know him. He'd probably want one in his house. He's wealthy though. Was wealthy. He is.
We're talking about like a video.
No, just a room to do like what we're doing here. Instead of using a wall with a piece of cloth and a spare bedroom, you could build an office. It'd be an office.
I don't know how many executives do you see on any of these media platforms?
I think you'll see more. I think you'll see more than they want to talk to each other. Maybe have meetings and stuff like Zoom, a little conference room.
Oh yeah, okay.
Office with Zoom put in. You maybe specialize in designing these really neat offices and teaching people how to use them. But you guys are going bigger than that. You're going B2B. Well, it makes sense for the corporation or the business, though. It makes sense right now. But then you have to train them. Mm-hmm. The we talked earlier, learning management systems, LMS. Have you guys looked at LMS?
Yeah. I mean, I personally have.
LMS is tough, but it's coming. That's how you develop training and you put it up and you create, training instead of in a book where you can watch it real fast or listen to it and have a PDF that goes with it. That's the future. Well, this has been an amazing show. Hey, when are you going to come on? I invited both of you guys on Timelines, and like Rob has come on Meet the Voter. We got to get him on Timelines one of these days. And you too, Carlos.
Yeah, I mean, well, for me, it's been incredible. Our student presence systems are easy to use as an iPhone. Yeah. I mean, that's the key. That's one of the motivating factors about what we're trying to put together is the simplicity does not necessarily require training. So it might be an overview. Let me take 5 minutes to show you what buttons you need to press, and you're good to go. And now you
and the other thing you're doing too, which I like, is you have the remote access for help. You can come on and help people. Exactly. I can do that right now. I use Zoom. I go on to people with Zoom and help them. But you'll have that built in, and I think that's huge. I think you add that element with everything else, that help button, and have a couple of techies in the background who are on call with maybe their smartphone. I got 2 of these here today because my other one's charging up. But talking on their smartphone or driving them through a simple solution. Unlike Adobe products, I could scream about Adobe. I pay $60 a month for Adobe. That's another issue. Their help is terrible. Their help is really disgusting. The best help comes from Google. Like Google Business. Apple is pretty darn good. I use Apple, but Adobe is. But what you're doing there, I think you're selling a service package where the person has maybe the executive in the studio. They can call for help anytime. You can get on their system, fix it, get the sound right, get the wave right. The other thing we need to do.
Well, there's so many markets, and that we can appeal to. That's one. 2, the beautiful thing that the software is upgradable. So the more questions we have, the more we're able to just say, all right, let's just add it in, and then we can just send out an update. So also, as the more social media kind of changes, and when I say social media, I'm talking about video interaction, social media. It's going to shift. It's going to be things like, click here to buy whatever I'm selling, and you're literally just going on your iPhone and click my face, and you're making
right. They already have
those type of things. Right, but I'm saying, in terms of these kind of platforms, like on Blab or whatever, what kind of camera using? Oh, and so as those things happen and those things adjust, we'll be able to add into the software.
So I got a question there. What kind of camera are you using? I'm using the cheesy 920 and 930. I have both of them from Logitech. It's a 930. What are you using, Carlos?
I have another.
I had
one.
that too.
This is an older. This is
It's
an older
coming out.
model.
Well, you're not using it right now.
That's what I'm. Yeah.
No,
Look,
turn it around. No,
it's
turn it. No, you're not. Are you using the like an iMac, or you probably have PCs, right?
Actually, what you're looking at right now, my face, is my iPhone.
Oh, wow, nice. Now, how are you doing on your iPhone? Are you actually talking through your iPhone right now?
Yeah.
You know what I did earlier today? I spilled coffee on my keyboard. I've never done that before. Right here.
I saw that.
I dripped it off real fast, and my iPhone, so I took the cover off. It survived. But are you actually 100% going through your iPhone right now?
Yeah, this is
no
the
computer
iPhone 6S
use
Plus.
at all?
Well, I mean, this is my phone.
I believe you. It's coming out nice. See, that's good. That's all you need. So,
well, I mean, they upgraded the front camera, and so it should be sharper. Plus, the camera on the other side is a 4K camera, except there's no 4K in Lab. So.
Yeah, you only need 560, right? That's a good way to start. I can't wait till they get to 720 and change the shape so it's a little wider. So,
I mean, in mobile is the controlling factor for them right now, and right now in mobile it fits.
You know, if you're good at sales, we talked about marketing earlier. I'm around all these programmers who I've got to know through podcasting, the WP Tonic, great WP-Tonic, great show, and their ability to market doesn't exist. These programmers, honestly, it doesn't exist. They're smart people. They got great products, but they can't market, or they can't do the research to get the right tweak on their product to make it work. That marketing, if someone right now built something fast and told people how they could go use it, you could probably sell to every corporation in America like that. But you got to be out there fast. I'm sure there's somebody out there in the corporate world selling them all sorts of weird stuff.
Now, someone had addressed me. Let's see. How long do you think it'll be before I can click on someone's face and make a purchase? Well, on Blab, I don't know. That's up to Blab. But there are currently applications that you can do that with. I actually use one. I don't promote a lot of the stuff that I do, but on an iPad, there's something called TouchCast. And TouchCast allows you to create content that you can then place on your website, and it's completely interactive. So an example, if you imagine you're doing a news report and you have a little story pop up right here, you know, kind of like the way they do in news reporters, and that item is actually clickable. So let's say you're talking about a story or a product or whatever, they can click on it, it'll open up the website. Now, if it's something the way you associate it to an Amazon affiliate, they can literally just go to that affiliate. And even though it takes over the screen, your video is still in the corner, and you can still be talking as they're interacting with the content you're talking about.
Carlos, go ahead. I got a follow-up question to what you just said. So we have that question, what kind of camera are you using? So here's my affiliate link, which I make very little money on, but I say to everybody, I've trained about 10 people in podcasting on the side, and we do these web pages, and it's really the very small money like Amazon, but everyone should start their affiliates because it costs no money, and at least you get a little something. Anybody can do affiliates. So I saw yesterday, whose show was I looking at something, but it was Amazon. I got to go back in there and research it, but it had like the Amazon float bars on the side, just built in, changing the product. And they had the digit into my site. So they were picking up what I was looking at in Amazon, and it was someone else's site. So that's out there now with Amazon. So you click it and then you go into it and they get the affiliate credit for that in that website. I got to check. That must have just come out with Amazon. I don't know if you watched Amazon much. You click it right on the web page, you know, instead of putting the links in, it's actually bringing up what you're tracking on Amazon. I think I have. It's on. There's a name for that. Jonathan is that inside out. And Jonathan's looking a lot at Facebook marketing towards real estate agents or some of our clients with that SaaS product. So you hook into the Facebook, and so anyway,
Well, yeah. So I was talking about touchcast.com. I'll put it on here.
Touchcast.
And a lot of the content, I mean, they have everything from news reports to educational stuff. For some reason, my camera's not wanting to switch. That kind of sucks.
You have, yeah.
Do you mind if I step out and come back in?
Yeah. Let me make you a host. The other thing too, Carlos, is we're going to go along to this. Is a good show. This is perfect timing today because I've got a decision coming up with a senatorial race and a couple of politicians, and the stuff that came off of this show is going to be evidence of why they need to do what I think they need to do to win. So this is really good. That has to be Rob with the graphics on there.
Give me 2 seconds. Yeah, that's Rob.
I'll see you in a second. Well, folks, thanks this has been a long show, and there's just so much good information coming today. We started out over in New Zealand. You're back. So what did you just do? Just change? You're using PCs,
No, I was
right?
trying to see if I can get the camera to turn around on my phone. I know
all you have to do is touch it.
Face.
Just do this. Watch. Just touch your phone like this. Just hit it like this. Watch. In fact, I'm going to come in here. Let me come into the show. I got to deaden myself here. So I might have a little bit of feedback. So there we go. I muted myself. Oops. I'm muted now. Watch. So you just touch this like this. You just touch the screen, and it should flip the camera. Come on back on.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I mean, I've done it before, but
like
for some reason, yeah, it's not.
If it's semi-froze, there I am on my iPhone, folks. There's the iPhone. That's what we're looking at. There's my mess. There's the guest bedroom / office. So there's that's all you need to do great podcasts right there. ATR 2100 and a kickstand for a drum, $32 USB, and you're done. That's how we start.
All right, so
go ahead.
All right, so here is let's say some content, and so the BBC is using it. I don't know how they're using it, but and the way they no, that's not what I'm looking for. Oh, interactive video. So they didn't. So this is TouchCast. Now the BBC apparently is using TouchCast, which is great. I wasn't sure how well this product was how far it was gonna go. But what's cool is you can touch it on your iPad, or you can touch it on your click on it on your computer. I have so many things running in the background that it's not playing. But the key factor is that what you're watching, whatever they pop up on the screen, you can interact with.
Yep.
And that includes Facebook. You can put things you can vote on. So you have questions and trivia show up on the screen, and you can select right on the screen. Just really crazy implementations. Great toolkit. So if you have an iPad, it's a great way to make content. But I do recommend, if you choose to use it, use something like this, which is by iOgrapher, where you can snap your iPad in, have your camera, put it on a tripod, and make your content that way. And even better, there's an iPhone app that allows you, let me lower the volume of that. There's an iPhone app that allows you to remote control the TouchCast. So that way you can have the camera away from you. There's even options for green screening, so you can have a whole studio background and do crazy content with that.
Yeah, you can see my guest bedroom closet open over here, all the old computer stuff in it. Yeah, this is I think this is $20 on Amazon right here. You take a little stand, you can stick it on your iPad, and then use your connector right here to turn it on and off. Yeah, with this.
Yeah, except this won't fit my my current phone. Now the phone is on another setup that I have.
This fits on my S3, my S6 Plus.
Yeah, this one fits my S Plus.
Yeah.
And what's great is it fits in your pocket really well. It folds up.
Yep. So what do you think about the pace of tech advancement and how people change and where they will be in 10 years from now? I can't even think of 10 years from now. I can't even think of a year from now. We've got elections coming up in November for president. And I think you're going to see this presidential election. I don't know. This is crazy. I think this is going to be a crazy campaign season because you're going to see technology added to this new environment. And I think other people will pick up from it. A year from now, we may way out there. What are you doing right there, Rob? I mean, Carlos.
So this is TouchCast, and there's a guy using...
Are we breaking the law right now? Do I need to pause this?
I'm just using...
We'll bring it back. I'm back up on fair use. We're using fair use. So just don't do anybody more than 30 seconds from any one channel. That's the scary part of fair use.
Yeah, so you see, so there's little pop-ups. Now, my internet's probably slow because I got a million different things showing up.
Yeah, are you all wireless too?
But right now, this new content that he just is talking about just popped up on the screen. And then if it was to show up for some reason, it's not, you would interact with it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see. What is that? Who are you using? What is that again?
So this is Touchcast. So this content was probably created on an iPad. And then you'll see these little red dots that show you that an interactive event is about to occur. So I'm going to fast forward to that. And so once it hits that red dot, something pops up on the screen. And then here you get to vote, who did good on whatever. So you click on that, and then it actually measures the results. And all that is interactive in real time. So it's really cool. Touchcast, for people who want to create like interactive content, it's very impressive. Here's another example. This Twitter feed that he just had popping up on the screen, you can actually scroll up and down that Twitter feed. So here, I'm going to actually scroll. And if you want to follow him, it'll actually, there you go. So that's me scrolling up and down on that live Twitter feed.
Wow. That's amazing.
And if I click on it, it'll actually,
right now.
So,
I just put it in.
on that. He was talking about another website, and now I clicked on it. And actually, while he's still talking,
wow,
I'm now interacting with the website he was talking about.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's very good. So I now that's been around now for about 3, maybe 4 years. But oh yeah, he does kind of look like Joe Com.
Yeah, I thought that was Joe Com.
And if you want to do truly interactive content, like where people can click on whatever you're talking about, Touchcast is the way to go. It's awesome.
Hey, quick question. In your opinion, since we do politics, that's one of our markets, politics and realtors and maybe SaaS people. What do you, which campaign do you think is the absolute worst run technology campaign out there right now? The top 10.
Like the election?
I can tell you, in my opinion, I've done a little bit of studying on this. Yeah. Which do you think is the absolute worst?
Actually, I haven't been paying attention.
I'm going to put the website in I'm going to put somebody's name in here. It didn't work. I put it. Let me write this in because I want to type this in. JEBBUSH. I just put Jeb Bush in. Jeb Bush. Now that family's been in politics for 100 years between their great grandfather, their grandfather,
oh, really?
And they multi-generation of politicians. And that's Jeb Bush. You think he'd own his own domain name? I mean, they've been in forever. That means they weren't even paying attention. Now, the first Bush president, remember when he went and said, "Oh, that's a scanner in the grocery store," and then Bush W's daughter was on talking about how she never really had Facebook until now, and she was texting for the first time. That family and the people around it politically have been the Carl Rhodes, the people really into politics. They missed it. They missed what's happening now. The Democrats picked that up with the Obama administration. The Republicans are well behind in this media, well behind. And even their top runners, the establishment Republicans are clueless. So that's why you're seeing Trump with a little bit of money. He's hired some really good people around him and used Twitter to the nth degree. You're using some of the other, Bernie Sanders had this amazing guy who was 39 years old, PhD in social communications, who had to fire because of the Democrat National Party, wanted to be fired because the voter vault was what they used to get their media broken. So, but I think you see Bernie Sanders is probably using it best, and Bush is probably using it the worst, and Trump is in there too. Hillary Clinton's not doing too well either.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's like doing. So here is an example. We got to a dot, and my website shows up on the screen, which you can interact with.
Wow.
Even though my video is still playing, and I can click back on my video.
What's your website?
Oh, this is actually on my Touchcast.
Okay. Got it.
But my website is theloungenetwork.com.
Yep. Well, anyway, this has been an absolute amazing morning. I actually have to do some editing and do some finance and accounting this afternoon, maybe work out a little bit. I usually edit at night. I hate editing. If you can figure out how to, I guess I could contract out my editing, but you almost have to edit. Edit's really important.
I don't know. I mean, when I do blabs, I like the rawness. So I
don't edit my blab and I don't edit the YouTube, but we edit iTunes. And there's the boss coming in right now. Hi, boss. You want to come up? No, Karen Conrad from KarenConrad.com. The broker doesn't want to come up. That's the big money, the big money boss. I got to get her on. I got to get her on more. I'm trying to get her out doing. She's been in real estate for 25 years, doing more of the YouTube videos and around the house and all that stuff. Just do it herself. Just do it raw. Use a good mic.
I'm going to do a show about laundry.
Oh yeah, cooking and laundry. You could put how to do laundry the best way every week. You get a lot of.
Like, what's the best soap?
Do you hear that? So the best way to do it is you could do it. I want to contract that out. I want to contract the laundry out. She didn't get it.
Yeah, I did a show. I do some on occasion. I'll do some travel shows, and it's just about like how to save money if you're on a cruise. Let's say going to Mexico, and the key differences between paying a couple $100s for an excursion instead of a cruise ship, or doing it on your own. And so they're very interesting because I could have spent, in all the things we did, over $600 just on excursions, not including food and drink. And instead I spent maybe $30-$40 doing the same things. Show will be called a soap opera. Oh, good one there.
Hey,
get it, soap.
So have you done podcasts?
Sorry.
Are you doing podcasts?
I don't have a podcast. I have 6 years of video content on my website, but it's not accessible through iTunes or any of the podcasting platforms because it's all video based, and it would just cost me a fortune.
Well, if you're a PC guy, Dave Jackson's really inexpensive, really good. If you're a Mac guy, find a Mac person. I'm trying to create a Mac. Hi, say hi. You're on live. Hi. They're just playing. Is that your flyer? Oh, that's your.
No, they didn't. I emailed them to you and to me, and they didn't go, and they won't download.
What are you talking about?
My pictures I took today.
Oh, I'll get them. We'll get them afterwards. I just converted my wife after 25 years of PC and Exchange servers over to a MacBook Pro, and they'll be there. I guarantee it. You're just looking in the wrong place. That's one thing about Apple is you do have to spend some time getting the culture down of Apple to understand how it works. But once you do, it's an amazing platform.
I haven't used Windows in 17 years, so I
are you using Macs?
I don't. Yeah.
Rob is nothing but PCs, right? Oh yeah. Rob is Mr.
No, I think he's Apple also.
Okay. Yeah, I like to see businesses going more to the Macs too. It's a lot easier.
I mean, here's how I check my email, which you can tell I don't.
What are you using?
It's just a little pin which you click on.
No, are you using Google Plus for your email, or what do you?
Oh yeah, so for my corporate email for the lounge, I do use Google Apps.
Yeah, I use Google Apps is nice. Have you ever worked with their customer service? Man, it's amazing. They're the best.
I haven't had the need to. Everything's just been working pretty well.
Well, they have actually helped me in problems where I have the Apple Care on one of my products where Apple couldn't help. By the way, Cam Twist, do you ever put Cam Twist in your Mac?
Yeah, you told me about that.
Dangerous. Danger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do not put Cam Twist. So what are you using for emulators?
Emulators of what?
For your Mac to go lower third.
Oh, well, for my personal show, I use Boinks. But I guess the few times that I do use it on Blab, I use Minicam.
So Minicam. I haven't used Minicam yet, but I put Cam Twist in initially. It took me some time to get out of the kernel. Yeah. Minicam. So Minicam, is that a certified app? Is it in the store? Can I find it in the Apple
I don't think
store?
It is. I don't think it does.
Yeah, anytime. Yeah. I mean, I buy stuff outside the Apple store. I get stuff outside the Apple store.
But I mean, I've known or have used Minicam since way before any of these media platforms.
And it's okay.
When I was trying to build the studio, I just tried everything. I have Wirecast. I got everything.
Yeah. Well, you guys are definitely going in the right direction. And when do you think, the universities haven't even hit this platform yet that I can see?
Oh, it's, one thing at a time.
Yeah. Wait, no, it's all going to happen at once.
Yes. We're going to have one big fat meeting at the, what is it? I was going to say the World Trade Center, but that doesn't exist anymore.
You want to go to New York? We're out west here.
Yeah. I want to have a big business meeting, at the not Radio City. What's that place? Madison Square Garden.
Huh? Oh, Madison Square Garden.
I bet. And just have all the executives of all the newspapers and medical locations, everybody that universities, and just say, look, this is what you need. And who wants one? And just have everybody in the audience.
I think you could do that now, and people, if you could get the people in
make
front of
billions.
If you could do a really dynamic presentation and get in front of like big conferences, like the Building Industry Association's having their meeting in Las Vegas. I usually go. I'm not there right now. It's right now, or it might be over by now. 18th. It's today's last day. I think the BIA NAHB. I used to always go to that. National Broadcasters is coming up. They may not be the best group to be in front of, the national broadcasters, to sell something like that, because you're competing against them.
No, the ones I would appeal to initially, in my opinion, would be anybody who would be a potential advertiser.
The building industry, bingo. They could do it in studios or design something into homes. Anywhere else with the national?
Yeah, homes.
CES?
Homes I'm not too fond of yet. But protocol
CES.
I'm not sure if I'm at liberty to express that yet. We're just in the beginning stages of releasing that. Although I think he mentioned it earlier. So right now we're calling it Studio Presence.
Yeah, the whatever brand names you're going to create, it might click.
Yeah. So Studio Presence is the current name use. It's not. There's nothing you can search online for it yet. I'm working on it. Literally right now. And
you've got the National Real Estate Conference. You got CES. My wife's part of CES. At the very, very top real estate agents in the United States are part of it. They have to do 25 transactions a year, and they have to qualify through the realtors and do a lot of testing and qualifications. You can go in front of the very elite and maybe get their feedback and ideas too in front of top realtors. You think they'd buy anything? What would they, for B2B? Offices might, brokerages might. Every brokerage could take one of these. Every real estate brokerage could have their own little studio and systems.
So okay. So just to kind of have everybody visualize, because I'm getting a few questions here. So I have my little TV studio here. Now it's a little bit different because it's got a green screen and that type of thing. The package does perform well with green screen, but we could also do, a big screen TV behind the person just to have it be more dimensional. In terms of, like, let's say tourism. So let's say you have, you want to do a show for your business on tourism, and someone has supplied content, maybe some cruise organization or something like that. That's correct. And so the studio allows you to just patch in the video content. So you would sit down in your office, plug in your laptop that has your video content through HDMI to this Studio Presence tool, and you basically play. And you can have it be dual screen, or you can just say, okay, let me introduce you to some ideas in Mexico, and then it'll play the video, and then you cut to, and just like regular television, and then you, being the knowledgeable one, are the person that is going to represent and talk about the experience and that type of thing. And so you are creating content for your tourism. Let's see, tourism with background VR video. Yeah, exactly. Perfect example. So why do I have to have music playing? What do you mean by that?
There's no music playing now. What, say that again?
I don't know. It says, why do I have music playing?
There's no, what? Maybe they heard from me all different things.
I see. Okay.
My wife's business. She's got a pretty unique, she has a real estate brokerage in California, but she works for Chase International here, which is a huge company, multi-million-dollar house around Lake Tahoe and Reno. And she's been a broker 25 years, and all sorts of stuff is going off because she's getting, this type of day, they start getting busy after lunch and their clients and stuff. So
if you're a person that has a tourism business, and you're the knowledgeable one, you're basically going to be doing exactly what we do here on Blab, but with really high-end equipment and a very simple interface. Like, for example, imagine just using your iPad, and just with 3 simple switches, you're able to switch between the video feed, the content, your PowerPoint presentation, anything that you're looking to do and add into your presentation. And it's either live streaming, or you're recording it so they can use it for your podcast or for a video that you want to put on your website and so on. So that makes that business a legitimate business. Perhaps we should do a showing as a test case example. Oh yeah, Rob, I mean, there's so many things that we're going to put together. That's going to drive you crazy.
Well, I told Rob, like, I'm a licensed general contractor in California. It's a big state. So I'm only a few minutes away from the border here for Truckee and Tahoe. And I'm interested to try to see if we can set up in systems and contract and get things going. I can get my license over here in Nevada. Nevada's not that big a state, though. So the population's still in California. We're really small. But I do think you're on the right direction. I think it's unlimited place to make money in the next 2 or 3 years, and money's going to be made fast. And podcasts, multimillionaires have come out of podcasts. People from nowhere. John Lee Dumas. I don't know if EO Fire. He's a soldier.
I mean, Grant Cardone. Now, Grant Cardone, he took it to the next level. He actually has a full blown MSNBC style TV.
Yeah,
studio.
I've seen Grant from ESPN. He's 18 years with ESPN, but he's just starting out on his own, isn't he?
No, Grant Cardone is from he sells houses.
Oh no, yeah.
And corporations and not business developments. And stuff.
Grant Cardone, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Let me see if it's the same guy, Grant.
So he has Cardone University, and he creates. Well, car sales is Ziegler. That's another person.
Zig Ziglar. He's gone.
He's on. No. Ziegler is the guy who's here on.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I know who Grant Cardone is.
Millionaire auto sales.
Not Grant Cardone, but I have a friend who's a pretty good engineer, and he makes over $200,000 a year. Decided he wanted to start a digital company. He invested $37,000. He bought lists, and he's back in. Well, he's probably having problems now because he's in the oil business in Texas. And he was here in Reno with me. Loved to live here, but had to go back to Texas. And his girlfriend works up in the North Sea. And $37,000 he got taken for trying to setting up a business online. But he bought lists and did the traditional stuff. He came across well. He spoke well. But be careful in this business. What people are out there preaching, making money quick. It's hard work to get set up and get going. You use it to enhance other businesses, other elements, real estate.
Yeah, so key is we want to establish the technology as the forefront. We also want to establish it so that corporations don't have to think about, we got to hire a whole new staff to run
the newspaper.
Like the newspaper,
yeah,
correct? It could be their reporter that knows about reporting. That's all they know. Don't worry, just sit down and do your thing. Just speak. I mean, then that's all they should be able to do.
We have a dying newspaper here. Maybe you could help them get that.
That's the idea. That's what we're looking for.
Get that station going now. I mean, if they would just go out and start collecting video during the day, put it up at 6, put it up at 11, they could compete against the TV stations. Plus, they got the newspaper, what's left of it, to get the information.
Right, and all that video can just be fed onto your little screen patch, or it'll cut to that.
Now they're going to have to do some editing, though. They're going to have to edit.
Why? It would just be like a live broadcast, like you do on regular television.
Well, you could do live, but you'd want to sort of tell a story during the day, like the normal TV stations do. Patch it together, then put it on demand.
Well, okay, so that video content can be edited.
And you can go live.
Most newspapers already have that. Right. So, like I mentioned before, at the AJC, my friend is the one that shoots and edits those video stories that they already put individually on the web. The key here is to turn that into more interactive, where you have your television video host, and then they're going to talk about the story, and then it just cuts to that story, just like in the evening news and so on. So that portion wouldn't change, but the ability to interact live and create a live broadcast and do those kind of programs totally then take that newspaper up a notch. Well,
newspapers are all going to be gone shortly. You might have one Sunday paper, a big paper with the ads in it, delivered to your house. That'll be it. I've talked to some of the top executives. My background was in high school. I was big into journalism. LA, I was an intern for a while at a big paper, and they're going to be gone. And I meet these guys now are my age who are executives, and they all say they're going to be gone. Everybody's going to be gone, except for a Sunday paper. There'll be a Sunday paper left, maybe.
See, the way I would approach that is, Sunday would be your special day. That's when you get those special guests, just like you have on CBS when they talk to politicians. Yeah. Each local area would have their special political show, or so many things that could be done, and that would help bring more eyeballs to their local community.
So, Carlos, I'm going to look at my calendar right now, and I got Rob here too. Rob should come on too, but you should definitely come on. So it is filled up, I assume. Let me refresh here. I thought I had somebody. Oh, tomorrow is filled up. So the next opening is on the 29th, then the 30th, then the 1st. I assume I go out 3 weeks on my calendar. So you need to sign up and do a timeline. It'll be a 25-minute timeline. This will go on. I'm sure we'll have a good show because a lot of people will come out and watch the after show like we're doing now. So let me pull that up. I'm going to put my timeline link in there. By the way, this is like one of the very first websites I ever built, and it's still going. I don't think it's ever crashed until now. No. Why did that come on? It's I have 3 different host providers. This is actually hosted on Bluehost, and it's like choking right now. That's amazing.
Now let's see. Working great on my Samsung S6. Now, what are you talking about? Working great? Your PC guru, Jim. Cutbox Studio. Joined late. Can you summarize the service product you are creating again? It is a product for right now. We're aiming at big corporations to kind of shift this content stuff that we constantly talk about on Blab and the media presence that some companies can actually take advantage of. So 2 companies I always use as an example are GoPro. They have their own channel on Roku, and it's all like people skiing and that type of stuff. And then you have Red Bull, and Red Bull, they have concerts, they have celebrity interviews, they have all sorts of stuff. The idea is that there's tons of other companies that can take advantage of that type of presence. For example, Fubu back in the day used to interview celebrities, but they started too early and they couldn't get the audience because high-speed internet wasn't really available. So that went belly up. But let's say Nike. Imagine Nike having their own channel. And it's not about Nike, but it's about, the athletes and interviewing the athletes and learning, just getting involved with sports and all sorts of athletic activities nationwide, worldwide. And imagine them being able to just have those sit-down conversations in a TV studio environment. We want to supply the equipment that allows them to do that without them having to have major expense and without having to have a television crew to take care of it. So it's very similar to how we do stuff here, but simpler. And the marketing people can be the ones to sit down on a daily basis and do live video content from this in-house studios. And it's a turnkey package. Everything is included, down to the soundproofing and so on. So that's the package. That's that's kind of what we're putting together, and that's what we'll be offering and approaching a lot of these corporations.
Hey, quick question: what are you doing on the WordPress website side for the corporation? You adding any packet to it or anything?
For these type of corporations that we're talking about?
Because we believe in the platform. I work around with all these WordPress programmers.
Sure. Like, for example, right now I'm building a WordPress website, but I will be working with the team to be able to incorporate part of the package as an addition where it'll be something that's simplified. So they'll create the content, it can be recorded, and then it'll just flow into their web presence.
My WordPress gurus and WP Tonic, if you listen to it, I've got 3 hosts right now. I've got Bluehost, which has got about 15 sites on it, which is down right now. It's down more than anything. And I've got that for 3 years on the cloud. It's a little bit higher than normal packet, but it goes down a lot. So we do not suggest you use Bluehost at all anymore. And that's what all the podcasters push Bluehost because of the affiliate account. We suggest you use SiteGround. And SiteGround's a European country, but they have a server in Chicago, and they are amazing for the value. A little more expensive, but their service support, their ease of use is great. So if you use a SiteGround affiliate, for $50 more, we'll build a quick website for you and set it up with Genesis Dynamic. And then finally, for businesses, once you have your SiteGround site to play around with, because you should have several sites, little fun sites that you play with, we suggest you use DigitalOcean. You ever hear of DigitalOcean?
I think I have.
Just put the link in it. It's solid state. It is really, it can expand as big as you want to expand. It has no cPanel, but you'll need somebody to set it up for you. And that's what Jonathan Denwood does. He sets that up. So it's a tough platform. They all go together too, because you need to understand the web. Now the web has got to change too. What do you see the web doing from your side? I mean, you've got the media broadcasting net. The traditional web page has got to go through something. Right now, WordPress is leading the way, and it's got open source, but that also has to change.
Well, right now, the king of the hill is Amazon as far as, who's using what. So Netflix has now made enough money that they have their own server solutions, and now they have servers all throughout the United States so that there's no slowdown. They have enough money also to deal with the negotiations and fight net neutrality issues, which I think will eventually catch up to all of us if we're creating a lot of content. But
that's another discussion. That net neutrality. We should have had discussions when they're last year about net neutrality.
Now I'm looking at this Cutbox Studio, and if you want to come on the screen, we got an available chair. There you go.
Bring them on. Do you bring them on? Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you?
And now, if you want to start recording, Bill, that's up to you.
Yeah, I'm recording right now. This is YouTube, so I don't care. It's just YouTube.
Okay.
So we'll stay up on YouTube.
How's it going, Peter? So I'm looking at your package.
Thank you.
And so what is this about?
Wow, okay. Nice.
So about a year and a half ago, I started work on a project, and the intent of it was to create an all-in-one, multiple camera product for social video creators. There were kind of three goals when I started out. One was that you would literally buy a box, bring it home, take it out, and you'd have everything that you would need right in the box to start making multiple camera videos. Second thing was that it had to be really, really easy to use. So it's plug and play. And the third is that it would be affordable. So we're talking by affordable, I mean like the cost of a new iPad, like, less than $1,000. Right now, SRP is looking like $899. Do a Kickstarter in a few weeks. There'll be some opportunities, some rewards on there for like as little as $499. But the idea behind the product, as you can see, and I'm using it here. To switch cameras on the fly, I have it running through a StarTech capture card because it's not natively online. But if you look here, okay, so here's the live system itself, and basically that is a network video recorder, and on the top of it is a 9-inch LCD screen. As you can probably see, it's not great, the lighting's not perfect for it, but you can see that it's running some basic switcher software in there. And the system is very, very stripped down. It has really one purpose, which is to make it really easy to make multiple camera videos and do some basic functionality. So it's, I'm sure you'd be familiar with like a TriCaster or something like that, or from New Tech, or like a Blackmagic, capture card. It's a pretty well, it does the majority of what you would want to do for recording a multiple camera thing, and basically nothing else. But it's very easy to use, very affordable. So yeah, I heard you talking about it. I'm like, oh, that's so interesting. What kind of system is he setting up? I'm imagining it's higher end than that. It's probably more.
Yes, I mean, so when dealing with major corporations, now I've worked again on film and television. They like to spend money, but two, they want to make sure that it's something that's going to be long lasting. So and so part of their argument will be, well, if it's too inexpensive, chances are it may break in a couple of years, and we may not. So those, and that's the mental thing that they go through. Two, it has to be equipment that they might be familiar with, because we don't want to have to deal with equipment that they're never heard of it. I don't even know where to buy it. It's very obscure and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
And then last but not least, it has to fit in their corporate environment. So we're not looking to construct a whole entire new room.
Right.
So it's something where it can be incorporated in, for example, a conference room.
Right.
Yet still be very professional and look like a TV studio at the same time.
I mean, like, as an example, this is the camera, one of the cameras. When you buy, and I'm not arguing for it fitting in your particular, for your particular use case, but I'm.
Oh, I think it's a great idea. It's fantastic.
So these are very small. They actually mount from the top and the bottom. You can, put them anywhere. Again, pretty easy and quick to set up. But you make good points, because I wonder, for your corporate customers, I agree. I mean, they're not concerned about spending, $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, whatever, and more to set up this kind of system. I'm sure. I don't know what your typical budgets are, but I'm sure they're not outrageous. I'm sure they're not outrageous, but I'm sure they're not, $1,000 either. I think there's a lot of room in small companies who maybe they even do a lot of social media already, They're already starting up and doing a lot of this stuff, but now they want to be able to produce something that's sort of on the next level, add a little bit of interest into their stuff, and still not be overwhelmed either with cost or expertise in how to do it. And that's what this system is for.
Cool.
Yeah, I see you're showing the website there. Yeah, that's our Kickstarter video. You can go up and you can see what's going on. It explains the whole product, how the NVR gets hooked up, how the pieces come together.
I've got some clients that might be interested right now. One of the areas that we have is we have a small media company, but politicians, and they're scared of using this technology, but they're short term. It's like, and it's most of it's local city council supervisors, and those are expensive campaigns. They'll spend $100,000 in some of those campaigns. Bigger cities, they'll spend $1 million, like LA.
Yep.
But most of your smaller cities, they'll spend a big bit of money. Plus all the special interests around them and all want to help them. They could create a little studio. But that would be an excellent solution. Right now, we're looking at a U.S. Senate race. It's an underdog race, but it'll be interesting to see what they can do. They get the mail and they get the social media up. Carlos, come on back. He just disappeared.
Whoops, he's gone.
He'll come back. He did something. He's a host, so he can come back
whenever he needs to.
But that could be a solution right now.
Well, I want to tell you, I mean, like, we talk about portability. I mean, this is the bag that I carry the entire system around in.
Now, I do streaming video at conferences.
Yeah.
And I did it last night at the Atlantis Casino 2 nights ago for the Warsaw County Superintendent of Schools.
Over YouTube?
We do it. We did it on Blab for the first time. And the sound, we hook into the mixer in the auditorium.
Yeah.
Sound comes out perfect.
Best way to get the sound. Yeah.
Normally, but in the past, we've gotten Google Plus Hangouts.
Yeah.
And we've been side to side by the big boys, and we just get as good a sound as they get.
Yeah. And then that's, coming out of soundboard is the best way to go in that kind of situation. But, again, I mean, I've gone out, the video that you were just showing from our website. I mean, basically it shows some use cases of different things that I've done. It's just going to show. So this was a guy I went out and I shot him at his club. He was doing stand up and doing performance, and we went out and shot there. Here's me doing some game streaming, right? So I plugged in my Xbox, had a capture there, and then was playing with that. It's small enough. I set it up in the car, and I can go out and have a complete rig in the car as well. So I've used it in a whole bunch of different situations. Really pretty easy and quick to do. It's a very flexible system. But for something like that, it's very interesting for a small, political campaign.
Operation,
I mean, I constantly am coming across these other little things that, I didn't have the slightest idea of. I was thinking, like, hey, I wanted to go out and build stuff in my yard and show it off, right? So I'm like the DIY guy, I'm like, I want to go do these things. I want to cook. I want to do whatever. I want to make videos of that kind of stuff, right? But every time I turn around, I'm like, oh, right. Oh, a public speaker. Oh,
a little coffee. They go at the meet and greet little fundraiser, have the little up for the fundraiser, have the people introduce the people who are at the fundraiser, and they'll think they're celebrities.
Yeah, exactly. I think they're celebrities. They're local, and they can.
Yeah, they're local celebrities, and that's what they become. Hey, my wife is into real estate, and what's hitting on now is they're going out and videoing little subdivisions, neighborhoods. They're known in the neighborhoods because that subdivision will watch them. They say, look at these houses, and they'll talk about the little neighborhood.
Yeah, interesting.
Realtors are becoming celebrities in their little neighborhoods because of video.
And not just because of the postcards that endlessly show up in the mailbox.
That's old school. We used to do that a lot. We made a lot of money on postcards, so don't put.
They still show up.
Hold a second. I got to get something here. Hold.
Hey, man, I didn't mean to hijack your.
Oh no! I mean, it totally lines up with the conversation. And
we got caucuses coming up, and this is we do targeted media now. Voters are older, like over 50, especially in low turnout elections.
Yeah,
I can tell you how this piece right here, back here, and this piece here, beat people that spend 10 times the money by targeted mail. But you hook that in social media, and you got something. This piece.
Right.
There.
No, I mean it's all about. Look with all of this stuff,
race,
right? And we're just to make a comment about that. With all of this stuff, it's all about the quality of the mailing list and the quality of the contacts and who it is that gets it, right? I mean, like that's all it's about. That's all it's about. If you put the right thing you put the right message in front of the people who are willing to listen to it, then it's going to be great. And it almost doesn't matter how they get it.
But if a politician would start coming on something like this and actually talking to people, they get great media because no one's done it yet. they get the traditional media would start talking about them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now they're worried about somebody asking them a question they can't answer. It's not one of their talking points. Well, with this new environment now where they're not so politically correct and not worried about, because what happens is what they say is both the Republicans and the Democrats, I work with both of them. The people in the middle who have controlled the politics for so long are starting to lose it. And it's the Bushes and it's the Clintons. I've always forecasted Clinton will not win this primary. I've done this for 6 to 8 months on my show.
I don't think there's any question that she's going to get a serious challenge. But
I put out last year that Bush was not going to be in the finals when the nomination.
That was probably easy. That was an easier one to predict. Yeah.
I said what I said was one of them it won't be a Bush Clinton runoff.
Political show now. Hey, talking politics, talking real estate, talking.
I think that if they buy one of our video packages, they can have a huge impact in the election.
Well, I think I've got a Senate race coming up, folks. I've got a U.S. Senate race that we could test it on against the establishment. It's an open seat, and it's an establishment congressman running and an establishment Democrat running in the 2 elections.
Just imagine Donald Trump with his own TV studio.
I can't believe he doesn't already have that.
I mean, $50,000, $50,000, $60,000, $100,000 studio, multi-camera. Yeah. You can see every version of his hair, and I think it'll dramatically affect
The Apprentice.
You guys do like lighting and like the whole thing, or I guess you will if everybody asks. Yeah.
Lighting's not hard.
It's not hard.
The full package includes lighting. It includes the microphone, the cameras.
That's so cool.
Everything.
Cool.
There's a $10 light right there. We can push that down and play with the lighting right here. And
if you call now, we'll include the makeup kit.
There's Rob.
And the wig. Got to get the.
Oh, there he is.
I got kind of the scary hair going too.
So here's Rob, and this is the I think an example of the package.
I give you a hard time.
No, I loved. I was listening on Peter's thing. I love what Peter's came up with because there's a ridiculous amount of opportunity for that with regard to people doing this from home and wanting to do an affordable price.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I mean, so props for setting that up.
Do you think,
I appreciate
Rob,
that.
and this is just a hypothetical question, do you think there's an opportunity of some form of partnership?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we should talk. I mean, like your package,
I see that as well.
What you're doing is awesome. It's like, there's gonna be that guy who wants as much as he can get, but he ain't got, he's not your $50,000 client. But man, it's a shame you don't want to give up the guy who might be, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I hear you. Yeah. You'll always have the one company that's going to be like, do you have a diet version?
When I was out, it's a diet version. And when I was out, I was shooting a band, and I had a guy come up to me and he knew immediately what I was doing. And he was a videographer, and he's like asking me a bunch of questions. Is it HD, SDI? What is it? What is it? What is it? So I'm answering all his questions. And then he says, oh yeah, I totally have clients who I go out and rent equipment when I go out and shoot for them. Mm-hmm. But they can't afford for me to go out and get the red camera, right? They want something, but they still want to do multiple camera. Man, this would be an awesome setup for that. So yeah, there's opportunity.
I mean, I shoot with the iPhone.
iPhone's great. I think realtors should be using the iPhone the most.
Yes,
iPhone
the hand steady cam for the iPhone. Yeah, nice.
I think the iPhone is where you stay there for a long time on the iPhone. Now, what kind of camera are you using for your video? It's
me.
That's Peter, right? Peter, I know what you're using.
Yes.
Peter, what are you using for a camera?
Right now?
Yeah, you're a little skinny, but it looks good.
Skinny? No, it's the camera. It's the system itself. I'm using the Cutbox system to stream right now.
But the image looks good, sharp.
Is that a Blackmagic, Carlos?
No, I would love to have a Blackmagic. The geek face just came out.
Yeah, me too.
What's the best USB camera I can get now?
That's why I made this, because I couldn't afford that.
I would love the Blackmagic. So many things I could do with that, but no, this is a Micro Four Thirds camera.
Okay.
Then I have the my Ninja camera.
Yep.
So when they don't let you in with a real camera, I kind of sneak this one in.
Okay, you're taking that with you.
Yeah.
So how about GoPro? How do you think? Just stick with GoPro?
See, GoPro's cool, and I want one. I don't have one. I don't do a lot of weather. There's one thing I did. I did one of those travel shows, and I was gonna go snorkeling. Now I can't swim, but I went snorkeling.
Really?
Had
Can't swim at all?
He's snorkeling. I can't swim, but I go snorkeling.
You can smack him later.
Anyway,
now we're really blabbing.
There's a reason why I can't swim, and I'm not going to get into that. But what happens when I'm in water, I sink. It doesn't matter if I spread myself out. It doesn't matter how fat or skinny I am. No matter what happens, I just sink. So I don't do it. Now I can swim. I can get from point A to point B underwater. Like any scuba diver.
You. Okay.
The Merrimack.
Well, hold on. So I go on the cruise, and yes, it's probably one of the videos you've seen, Anna. And I go in, and I go in because I know I have this life preserver. It's strapped to me real tight. I got the bubble disc and all that stuff. I got the snorkel. I go into the water. I sink with all the gear.
Oh no.
Oh no.
And I'm like, okay, I'm in trouble now because now I'm underwater. I can't scream. I can't say help or anything. I'm in. So underwater, I realized, fortunately, we were in the Caribbean. I think it was Jamaica, and it's beautiful, clear water. I'm watching all these ocean creatures, and I'm like, okay, well, at least I die in something beautiful, but it's going to hurt like hell once I start gasping water. And I saw the anchor to the boat. So I swam underwater, I'm like to the anchor.
That's the way to go.
And I grabbed the anchor and literally pulled myself out of the water through the anchor. And nobody had any clue that was going on because they're all floating up there.
Don't go away. I have to take an executive break with the executive of the brokerage, the money person. The money person is demanding that I talk for a few minutes. Hey, Rob, I definitely want to talk to you offline and private about the Senate run. You're one of a handful of people that know a little bit more details.
And now the rest of Blab.
That's not Blab. We're not going to do it in Blab.
And it's recorded.
But that getting the Senate campaign going, we've already got somebody in Texas talking to us. And getting that Senate race going is going to bring in a bunch of other races at lower offices. So we could have 100 people across the country wanting to use some of this technology and no one's using it yet. But I've got to figure out a way to get an affordable solution and quick training up and systems and sort of what to do and what not to do so they don't get screwed by some question that somebody asks, how to block them out. There's a lot of stuff here. But we did do a live stream from the Warsaw County supervisor this last week at the Atlanta. So I do want to talk to you one-on-one. I got to take a break. Stay going. I'm going to leave this up. You guys keep it going, okay? This is a really good blab. Let me back in. I'm going to shut myself up so somebody can come in. But I'll be back. I got to go executive meeting with the boss here.
Hey, your wife, by the way, I think it's his wife, right?
Hey, with the wife, it's always an executive meeting.
Yes.
There you go.
What's for dinner? Executive
always?
Meeting.
Executive meeting. How about an executive decision by you, Michael? Is that a live background that you're there, or is that a green screen? Behind you, Rob.
The plot thickens.
Yeah, let me see if I can get the second camera rolling.
No, it's not minicam.
Yeah, I got to back this camera up. Here, I'll show you in a second. Just get back.
It's like I can do that too.
Let me back it up. Oops.
No, I was going to get camera 2. I didn't have camera 2 powered on.
Okay.
There we go. Got to zoom back all the way out. There we go.
There you go. Okay, nice.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, we used to do green screens, but everything had to be so perfect. And inevitably, you'll see this all the time on Blab, is people will do them, and then they have the green halo, or they're super dark.
They never look good. I mean, unless you do it right.
Well, that's the thing. And so, we're targeting this towards corporate employees to be able to use. So if we've got to do not only training them on how to do broadcast, but also what to wear, or how to get the lights perfect, it's a non-starter. So, we found for the same reasons that the TV and news studios are now migrating to large format LCDs and video walls.
Yeah, for sure.
It's simple. I mean,
for sure.
Yeah.
And do you have any introduce any this is maybe dating myself, but any sync issues with it? Do you ever get like oddities in that regard? Meaning like you've seen flickering of the set at all, or has that never really come up?
As long as you use progressive televisions, you should be fine.
Yeah.
As opposed to conservative television?
Yeah, definitely. You cannot trust conservative television to work. Right. They get all stuttery. They flash you. It's really funny. That looks great, though.
I can't escape the politics.
You like to bring it back to that.
Well, I think, Peter, what we're both onto is something that we should maybe collaborate on, particularly with Carlos, because I realized early on that it's not really an or. I think companies are going to see this as a progression, right? I mean, we already observed this with Blab and other formats, or even Periscope for that matter, that people start with the very basics of what they already own, right? So they'll start with an iPhone and they start.
This, yeah. So I have said before that I feel this is like an on-ramp. It's like the gateway drug to multi-camera production.
Right.
So we're going to have that meeting. I'm going to try and set up this meeting tomorrow with Rob. And I mentioned it really briefly here in the Blab of this live streaming platform that I'm talking to through a friend of mine who's developing it or invested in it. And with the combination of both these technologies, I mean, basically because they're aiming at B2B.
Yeah.
Well, first and foremost.
So one thing that's really interesting, just in looking at this Blab, is so Steven's in here also, and Steven really kind of offers, if money is no object, this is what you can get. So
right.
I think it's funny because the three of us collectively, can basically make you go from.
We can get the whole market.
We'll take $1 and we'll take it.
You're out of here. Exactly. Oh, all I can afford is my son's old iPhone 4. All right, maybe that's a little early.
So we'll offer a solution that includes the base package, which will be a couple of iPod touches, and then all the way up to super executive level, like NBC.
Very interesting. Very cool. Very, very cool. Where are you guys based?
I'm right outside Washington, D.C.
And I'm in Atlanta, soon to be in New York.
I'm in L.A.
Cool.
Oh, yeah. we got all the entertainment markets.
Exactly.
Let's do this.
Yeah, I've worked for when I haven't been doing this, and this is an aside, but I've worked in licensing for the last 20 years in consumer electronics space specifically. So I have worked at Disney, and I've had licenses from. Oh yeah, really? Oh, cool.
Theme park.
At parks, nice. So
I designed a theme park, but it was Disney in New York.
What? All right, nice. With Imagineering?
So what happened was I got hired by a third-party company, which with Disney, and so we handled all the conceptual artwork.
Nice.
And then that gets graduated to the in-house of Disney.
Very cool. Very, very cool. I worked in the video game unit primarily.
Very nice.
And then
I'm just following you, so I apologize.
So I did business development, both bringing licensing, being licensors in and licensing them Disney content, as well as acquiring games and bringing them and applying Disney content and putting them on our vertical system, basically. But anyway, I just mentioned that because, I've a lot of deep roots in all of the studios out here. In fact, my wife works at Universal.
Cool.
And so I have, if you live out here, you're just kind of ingrained in it. So yes, to your point, tentacles everywhere.
Oh yeah. I mean, right now it's the most aggressive will win. So my interest just in this technology is also based on my previous interest of the fact that I have my own website with content.
Yeah.
And And that being said, I want my content to go into a business model that is more mainstream. And I don't want to be in television, but I understand that television will shift into what a lot of online media has become. And I'll just simplify it with that. I won't get too complicated into that. But so the technology aspect, I've always known that I need a technology component with the website. Something that technologically allows me to become competitive, and then also permit others to expand as well. So it's not where it's just all about me. It's really about the entire market, and allowing because what I cover is independent entertainment. So I cover independent musicians and filmmakers and all that stuff. They have no platform. So if they don't have a platform, then my ideas won't work. But if I create those platforms, and if I assist both on the business level, with the high corporate level, where they start paying attention to the independents and saying, you know what, their content has value, their music has value equal to that of a pop star, they'll put money towards it. And I mean, there's other strategic relationships that I'm developing where it relates to having live gigs nationwide in different places around the United States, where these artists can now perform because they don't have that component either. They have to do everything on their own. So strategically, I'm basically trying to create a parallel entertainment universe that's not necessarily equal, because it doesn't need to be. The internet lowers that for us. But the musicians can get radio play. They can get interviewed. They can get concert venues. And if I can participate in creating that form of a platform, they basically have equal footing that typical entertainers would have, except the entertainment industry controls it. But with tools like, let's say, yours, for example, where we can now broadcast those performances live. Yes. And then at the same time, we're aiming at the corporations where they can then sponsor those performances. I mean, that's the general big battle plan. That's what I've been trying to do for a number of years now. But the time wasn't right. And now this movement is occurring. The technologies are catching up, and the affordability is there that it can all come together.
Affordability is there. I mean, like that's for me, you know, it's interesting. I've gone out and done some demos, and I've actually had a couple of reactions like, okay. And it's
because you have to sell the vision. It's just not the hardware, it's the vision. And without the vision, they can be like
the why.
Yeah, it's the why. It's all about the why. But I mean, so much of the story is about the affordability. You know, I mean, that's a huge part of it. And ease of use and affordability, providing.
The why is just creating a proof of concept. So I mean, the whole reason I built my website is to prove that it could be done, that it's entertainment enough, and that I can build my own TV studio without having to spend $100,000.
Right.
I want to spend $100,000. I would love to have, but you know, ultimately, it's a proof of concept of quality product, quality music, quality films, quality, and if it has equal footing and just as much image quality, that people they're like, oh wait, I never saw this on ABC. Well, maybe they just decided to do an independent version of the show.
Yeah, right.
I'll watch this one.
Right.
And they don't have to know. Are you leaving, Barry?
Meet the voter. Huh? Meet the voter. Somebody else.
Yeah.
Meet the voter. That's the competition to meet the press.
Ah, there it is. Meet the voter. Yeah.
Meet the voter.
Exactly.
And it's not built on Bluehost. It's built on.
I put that plug in earlier.
Wait a minute. I smell a little Jerry Springer coming on, though. I don't know. Is that where we're headed with that? I'm not really sure.
I'll have to take off my shirt.
Oh wow. Okay. Wow, so we're getting
no, kidding.
now. Okay. Thank you. Good.
I have the Meet the Voter one here somewhere.
The logo. Hey, I like it with the people. The new one is the Meet the Voter logo with the people. That had 2,700 plus views.
With the people.
Meet the voter. No, with the people behind it. It's cool. I gotta remember how to do that.
Did you make one?
No, it's yours. You did that. Meet the voter.
He's like, what? I don't remember.
Yeah, go on Dropbox. It's in Dropbox.
The Dropbox that I created.
Go into your own thing.
Throw it away.
And look at the stuff that you've done, because you're brilliant, man.
I mean,
you'd only remember
Hey, WPConic next month. It's all going to be about graphics online. It'll be great month. Graphics online. So
Peter, my angle in the studio stuff is coming from video conferencing, because I've been in the video conference industry for a little over 10 years, installing Polycom and Cisco stuff for big corporations and federal agencies. And I just, I always remember how underwhelming the experience always was, because it was just a boardroom table looking at a boardroom table. And it's like, so what? You know, it's like, really? So this is what, you know, and it was funny because, I mean, you know, an average conference room that we would install would be anywhere from 50 to 100 grand. And just being empathetic to my customers, like, you know, really? So,
so you guys can now stare at each other.
Yeah,
and drink
in high def. You know,
and argue, maybe,
So all that money didn't improve the message at all. You know, I mean, it's like,
no. Oh, we had some conference rooms at Disney that were just really over the top, man. They were incredible. You know, giant side by side panel screens. You know, as big as the table itself. You'd sit up and it'd be like they're sitting next to you, and it was, it was ironic because they tended to use them for international calls. I don't know why they tended to gravitate toward that. And the experience was not necessarily a great one. You're right, it didn't really help anything, especially for the money, you know, for the investment.
So that's what's that?
Yeah. Nothing. Go ahead.
So that's kind of where I'm kind of taking this is you know, I was super excited the last 2 years to see companies like Zoom and Akano and a few others come in and kind of really rattle the cages of the Polycom Ciscos of the world, because traditionally it's always been kind of a lead business proposition. You know, Cisco or Polycom would come in and they would say, okay, you need $250,000 of infrastructure. And then, you know, everything has to be registered, and they made it so difficult to be able to talk. That hardly anybody did.
Ironically.
Right? So they spent all the, you know, so companies would spend all the cash and, you know, they would pay the annual maintenance and licensing fees and all this ridiculous stuff, but nobody ever did it because it was just too cumbersome. And, but then along come companies like Zoom that are cloud-based, and they're like, look, we'll just give you amazing video. You can, you know, download it on your iPhone, your app.
Right.
And totally. It's been awesome. So, so I've really enjoyed watching Zoom grow in their presence, as well as, you know, a number of others. So I guess the point is that, you know, I think that as companies, particularly smaller companies, begin to adopt video more, not just for business, but also from a customer facing standpoint, they're going to immediately start thinking, well, you know, I can't, there's me when I'm at home in front of my iMac hanging out and talking with friends, but by the same token, if I'm going to be pitching something for customers to buy, I probably need to be a little bit more sensitive to the branding, particularly if it's going to be recorded, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. And so anything that's going to help make that production come off a little more polished, without, you know, too much strain on both the time of the people who are putting the thing together, you know, and that's a key one, and that's where multiple camera stuff can help so much, because it can, you know, you can do that quick live edit, and for most people that's going to be good enough. You know, I mean, you know, the presentations don't need to be, you know, Entertainment Tonight necessarily. So, you know, it can be effectively done, but there's nothing more awkward than, you know, doing a product demo or something and having, you know, this vomit cam while they're trying to sort of show you what's going on, you know, and you can do it so simply with a setup. But how do you do it, and how expensive is it? You know.
Hey, breaking news! I knew this before the news broke here today at 7:33 this morning. IBM confirms acquisition of live stream company Ustream. I knew it. Yeah, you know what? Well, you know why I knew it yesterday? I had an IBM exec from South America come on my show after it was over. You know, my daily show. Come in.
Those South Americans.
Huh?
Those South Americans.
I kid you not. Then I started asking questions. And like I showed you, we have a big cloud factory out here just east of Reno. It's a lot of clouds. We got Switch. If any you guys should know who Switch is, look up Switch. And also the cloud for Apple is here, the biggest cloud plant going. And I think it should be called the IBM plant. Now that's hush hush, I think IBM's built that whole darn thing for Apple. So there's stuff going on out there we don't even know about. And the speed that's going to show up from some of these developments they're putting in. You know, if you just go Highway 80 a little further, you're going to hit Salt Lake. And Salt Lake is where all your NSI, all your national organizations are now for intelligence are setting up. And then you have a lot of your big host providers, Bluehost, HostGator. I'm going to hang up on this guy. Here's a client. I'd have to talk to him. A little important, Larry Green. But
I need to split you guys. Hey, thank you very much for having me in and
Peter,
blabbing away. Yeah.
Before you leave, I'd like to have you on timelines. Right now, Bluehost is down. Some weird stuff is going on here right now. We think the cloud is down for Apple somewhat too. So we'd like to have you on. Let me mute something real fast. People are screwing up my show here.
Well, while he's
I'd like
doing
to
that,
have you
Peter,
on timelines in the morning, every morning, 9 o'clock. I have my very first website. It's on Bluehost. It's a 3-year contract. It's called Timelines of Success / schedule, I think. Let me try to make a copy of it.
Can you?
Bluehost is down right now, unfortunately. Let me go see if I can find it.
Send me a Twitter note or something like that.
By the way, Bluehost is back up, so I can send. I'll drop the link in right now, and I'll definitely tweet it to you. But some weird stuff is going on today because that's what I got called away actually from my wife because of the cloud. The cloud in Apple Apple's cloud was having some problems.
So, Peter, I'm following you on Twitter. If you can follow me back, we can direct message, and then we can coordinate something with Rob.
I'm going to do the same thing here. And, Rob, by the way, I need to talk offline about the campaign. I can't talk online.
Peter, I'm following you through Enlightened_AV.
Yeah, I clicked you guys. Social media just like that.
We do Zoom a lot, too.
Okay.
I love Zoom.
You want to come up? Can you come up and Zoom for 5 minutes after this?
Zoom.
Sorry, it's got to be a private Zoom.
All right, you guys. Thanks again. I will find you on Twitter. Send you some. It's just exchange an email address and.
Hey, come on the show. And
that way.
We'll have a heck of a blab after the show. It's a podcast, and then after we go blab after the podcast.
Sounds good. So that's the timelines one. So send me that info.
And I may have a group of people may be interested in something like you have, and politicians.
Yeah, that's super cool. That's very interesting.
So let me find out.
Let's definitely connect, Peter. I mean, the other benefit that we can maybe lend your way is installation support, because we send our teams all over the United States to do installs for not just video conferences, but visual signage and that kind of stuff.
Well, just to throw another idea, we could basically add the other components to the package.
Right.
Because I see the equipment that you're offering. We can complete the package with lighting and that type of stuff as well.
Yeah. I mean, like it's different. It's like it's a system that can go out and be a transport. What's he doing? Help Bernie.
Get that crap off the screen. I know, right?
California.
Bill, you're ruining Peter's message.
It's very odd. It's very odd moment. I don't know what to say. It's a system that can go out. It's portable, as I was showing. It goes in the backpack. But you're right. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to buy it. They're going to set it up and they're going to use it just there, and they're never going to move it anywhere. And then they need the accoutrement to go around it, right? The lighting, the additional mics, whatever it might be, So, yeah, let's.
And what we'll do is we'll just basically create solutions for your packaging, and then offer that as a package. So
yeah, that's great. I mean, so just so you guys know where I'm at in development, right? So I just finished product development. These are the pre-production samples that I'm working on now. I'm doing a Kickstarter in a few weeks to raise the money for the first production run. So that's where I'm at right now. So I'm not technically today. I don't have a product to send to you. But I hope to in the next, couple of months here. So that's just so you kind of get the.
Now, do you have people working with you as far as doing the Kickstarter?
I have doing some recruiting now. Actually, now that you mention it, have you done some Kickstarter stuff in the past?
No, I mean, I've been involved in a few. I was just curious to know if you're missing any I guess resources.
I mean, the resources is definitely one thing that. I'm always missing resources.
Runway.
I'm going to be honest with you. Most of my, resource and effort is in southern China. I mean, they're, building the product. Here, doing all the social and all the marketing and all the front end stuff is me. And so, yeah, I'm always on the lookout for like the most efficient, most effective way to work with people.
Now, so I have interviewed, for example, the person who did this Kickstarter.
Yeah.
I do a lot of Kickstarter investment. Most of my gadgets and gizmos are from Kickstarter.
Nice.
So I can always have an episode and show for that.
That'd be great.
And then, of course, with Rob, we can also do that as well.
Yep. All right. Well, terrific. Let's catch up after, and maybe we can, maybe we can arrange a good old phone call and just sort of say, all right, let me fully understand what you guys do, understand what I do, where I'm at, and how we might pull it all together.
That'd be great.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. All right,
Cool.
thanks.
Blab is powerful.
It's about the sixth time that I have like clicked on your follow link, Rob, and it keeps dropping out. I don't know what's.
I know there's a glitch in the Matrix.
I literally click on it. It says check mark, and then it goes back to the person with the plus. I don't know what it is. So I don't know whether I'm following you or not. I'm certainly trying.
Well, are you following me on Twitter though, so we can DM?
Well, I assumed that it.
No, and if you're following
over.
here, it's just for here.
Yeah.
So if you click on the little bird, or there should be a little Twitter icon, that'll take you. That'll take you to Twitter.
Where? Oh, on his @RobHicks.
Yeah.
There we go. No, it already says I'm following you. This looks like the Twitter one. Yeah, this is the Twitter one.
Yeah, like I'm following you right now. You've got 11 followers. 50. You're following 50, and you've got 11 followers. So it shouldn't be tough.
I'm extremely popular, you guys. You don't even know.
Well, it's good. Twitter doesn't have to be huge anymore if you're using it for a tool.
It's all a tool. So, all right. Thanks.
Cool.
Thanks. Catch up with you guys soon.
Peter, come on timeline.
Tell us
how you're doing on your.
Yeah. Send me
project.
a timeline link, please, Bill, so I know when.
I dropped it in. It's just go to Timelines of Success. Go to Timelines Netcast, and just go. I'll send it on Twitter too.
Was it on the link?
And go to the links, and right below the links.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, okay, I got it.
Yeah. And right below that, just fill that out. Pick a time. It's 9:00 East Pacific. Where are you calling in from?
From Los Angeles.
LA.
So
we're same time zone. Yeah. We do a big political show out of South Orange County, actually.
Oh, nice.
Led by Bernie Sanders guy.
You do not want to get me started talking about politics. I'm another goddamn liberal, and who needs one of those in the world?
I just know that the girl from Alaska was on TV last night. That's all I know.
It's got my name on it too. Can you see this name? I go to all of the different rallies when I can, and I'll tell you what, we knew Bernie Sanders was doing a lot better than the Democrats were getting him credit for 6 months ago. He had a rally here. He had 4,500 people, largest by far. Hillary had like 200 show up, or 300 at the same time.
How many of them had guns? Oh, no. All right. That's not good.
Hell, you're in LA. You need a gun down there. Protect yourself. What part of LA?
Oh, I live in the lovely suburb of Burbank. So
Burbank. My mom was born in Burbank, 1925.
Wow, very nice. So she would have known Jim Jeffries, who owned the tract of land that I live on now.
Where in Burbank do you live?
I live on right off of Jeffries Street, right off of Burbank and Buena Vista. So like a mile from Disney, basically.
Yeah. Did you work for Disney? You said
I did. Yeah.
My great uncle was one of the early attorneys for MGM. Warner Brothers. Clark Gabriel did all the contracts. So big history back there.
It's a huge history here. I mean, you get steeped in it when you work at the company. So it's very, very. I love the company. I would have stayed there for a long time, but somebody called me up and said, "Hey, we got this startup going. We got funded. You want to come over?" It's impossible to turn that down. So
it's dangerous.
All right. Hey, take care, you guys. Catch up with you, Peter. All right. Great to meet y'all. Bye.
Cheers.
So interesting discussion there. Wow.
Yeah, that was really cool.
I'll tell you what, something's going on with the cloud was glitching. The Apple cloud was glitching over here, and my wife was having problems because they were trying to get some product out. And the iCloud was glitching. And then also Bluehost failed for a while. I watched it over here. Bluehost is the lowest of the three servers that we have. I suggest you don't do Bluehost anymore. It's down too much. It's not. Everyone sells Bluehost. Not a bad. It's an American company. But
I have to finish doing some work for some guy that I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna see if you can see if Rob can see this. Is this name on here?
And I'll probably reach out later so that we can coordinate tomorrow's stuff.
Okay.
And then I have some videos that I got to show you
Is
as
that
well.
backwards there? Is that
pertaining
right?
to yesterday's conversation.
Okay.
So it's not working right. It's backwards, isn't it? Can you see? I guess it'd be recording correctly though.
Well, it's upside
Yes.
down, so it's actually correct.
It's socialist, isn't it? Look at whose name's on there. How the heck did I get that? I go to everything. But this is, so anyway, here's my favorite.
The perfect politician.
Here's my favorite. See up here?
So are you a Bernie Sanders supporter? Is that my understanding?
No. I try to stay as neutral as I can with my business. It's hard.
Oh, I see.
It's really hard. We do Meet the Voter. I said I'd never get back into any politics because I did political consulting prior to 9/11 on the side. We had a media company. It was mostly just mail, targeted direct mail, which really worked well. And the mail was for the real estate company, but we also use it doing political season for politicians. And we had some amazing results with targeted direct mail to high propensity voters. And I still believe in that. But I think there's some other tools now we can use, especially in a presidential election like what we're using here. So I do want to talk offline. You want to try to go up on a Blab right now before we get off, connect on Blab?
What?
Not Blab, on Zoom.
Yeah, you want to text me the meeting ID?
I'll pull up Zoom right now. I can give you the numbers, or we can go up before you get off. It's kind of make a positive contact. That's one thing. You can use Zoom and you can stay on Blab at the same time. So I'll just give you the numbers. Write these down. 449.
No, hold on.
Oh, so I just got a tweet from Twitter. I just I had like two accounts for Twitter. One just hit 500, and the one I used for the lounge just hit 400.
Nice.
Good.
Cool.
As long as you have quality people following you and stuff, you don't want junk up there. I'm taking out some of the Blab.
Gee, thanks. Break my heart.
I'm sure it's better than some. I've got some Twitter sites that have just junk on them. Like they're 5,000 and 6,000. They're just junk.
What's the meeting ID?
Yeah.
Say again. Oh,
What's
the number.
the meeting ID?
Let me give you the number. I got to close some stuff. It's 449-919-425.
425.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys later.
Hey, thanks.
All right,
Hey, sign up so we can come on. We'll have a hell of a Blab afterward. I'll log at least 2 hours afterward to block off after the podcast. So, and a lot of people around Reno came on today and watched. I think you get a lot of techies coming on when you come up. A lot of people start paying attention.
When I come up?
Yeah. I'll invite. I'll invite a lot of techies out to listen to you.
I have a large geek family.
Yeah, and we'll get a lot around here too. I think it'll help, especially it'll get some political techies out there too. Did you come up, Rob?
No.
Everything's politics with you.
It's political season right now.
It is?
It's big time. There's a lot of money in politics, first of all.
Oh, yeah.
Rob,
I don't get any money.
Who's in leadership?
I don't get any money. How do I get money in politics? Now I'm curious.
It's secret. We can't tell you. We'd have to do certain things to you.
Illuminati.
That's why Zoom. I
got to log out of Blab in order to open up.
I can see this cut being used against me someday. You don't have to log out of Blab. You shouldn't have to.
I do because I've got a unique screen setting for Blab for the video format for Blab.
Well, don't go. We got our phone numbers. We'll go phone. Hey, everyone. Let's finish this up. Thank you out there. This is the longest, one of my longest Blabs I think we've ever had. Maybe Meet the Voters gone longer on a Sunday morning, but this has been tremendous. A good tech Blab. A lot of good people came through, and let's get you up to 1,100. I like 1,100. I think I've got some really positive on the political side. Well, I'm not, it's one of my two businesses on the side: the real estate, supporting my wife and her businesses, real estate relocation, and then politics. I still like the political marketing. So I think there's some interesting things about to happen, but we'll talk offline. I'll tell you why.
All right.
Thanks everyone out there. And we'll announce this. By the way, I wanted to talk to you one last question. IBM did announce today that they're taking over Ustream. They bought it.
That's good. That's good.
It's funny. I knew about that yesterday because I was talking to this IBM person down in, they came up on the show asking about the show, So the IBM people are starting to look at Blab. That could be an acquisition right there. That's scary.
Yep.
That's scary. If IBM took over Blab. Wow. Ooh, I don't want that to happen.
We'll see.
Hey, Mike Sheehan's up. You got to let Mike, right?
Of course, I love Mike.
Hey, Mike, we got to let you on. We can't stop. This is like the show is going on like this.
No, I just wanted to. Hey guys, I wanted to let you know I was talking back and forth with Jason from Blab. So he liked the idea. What I told him is to put put a box like the tweet box and the post box right above that for the recording.
Oh, we need to get a better recording.
I've
missed that a few times. I do it daily.
Right, and then also I suggested to have when you're recording, have that maybe blinking.
Mm-hmm.
So he goes, yeah. They said, hey, good idea. So we'll see what happens.
A pulse might be better too. A pulse.
Well, or a pulse, yeah, it's something.
A slight pulse, just so I don't miss it.
Just something that catches your eye. So
because you guys know how many times I miss it. That's why it's good to have 3 people doing a real blab for a podcast. One person saying, "Hey, stupid," turn on the recorder.
That's why I was looking over your shoulder and the way you were talking today. I think he wants to be recording this. So.
Hey, Mike, I will give you a call offline on the phone or on Zoom to talk to you about the political thing. I think it's gonna happen.
Okay. Well, wait a minute.
You don't know about it though.
You talking to Rob or to me about the political thing?
Huh?
You meant Rob or me?
No, both of you. Well, Rob knows a little bit more. Okay. Mike, I'll call you this afternoon. I can't, and then we'll announce it eventually. Probably.
All right. Well, yeah. Call me after. Let me see. I have to go. So if you were to call me after 7:30 Eastern time. So
all these bonehead politicians that aren't using this medium right now, they're missing a lot of opportunity for getting press. Missing a ton.
All right. I believe you. Yeah. So anyway, so we'll see. Have to see.
When do you want me to call you?
After 7:30 Eastern.
Okay, we'll do. All right.
And then just a final thing. They'd said that they had made that recording button bigger. So I don't know how. I don't know.
Well, the pause and recording is. Hey, Marty's up. Hi, Marty.
I didn't know what it looked like before.
Marty, you got to come on timelines, man. I'm gonna give you a hard time. Marty, timelines.
Marty would be good for timelines.
We need to get Marty on timelines because just think what will happen after the timelines. Everybody will go stay on for about 3 hours and talk. Well, right. Marty, when you come up, I guarantee you, we can only do one of these guys like once a week for these long pod. I got to tell my wife too, my business folks, because I still do the tech stuff behind the scenes. Come on up.
I'm leaving.
Okay,
I'll see you guys.
Anyway, I'm going to jump off. I know you guys are wanting to talk, Mike, but I just wanted to.
See if you come up over here on Skype. When I see him on Zoom, I'll knock off over here because I'm just waiting for Rob to come up on Zoom.
All right, but yeah, it'll be a couple of hours and then we can talk. Okay, we'll see you later.
So Rob, we're waiting for Rob to come. Okay, thanks. Hey folks, I'm over on Zoom waiting for Rob, and again, it's been a pleasure. Rob, you're still up, I see, so you're not going to be on Zoom until you get off of Blab. Oh, there he comes. So Rob is up over here on Zoom. We're going into Zoom, and we want to thank everybody.